And welcome everybody to University of Tampa Baseball, the national anthem just sung by Connor Griffith, a sophomore accounting major here at UT. And nice job, Connor. And we'll see you back for some more games. Welcome everybody, Jack Ike along with Taylor Stolworthy as the Spartans get ready to take on the Eckerd Tritons. And we'll see if it'll be a little different game from yesterday, Taylor, where it was 27-1. The Spartans were victorious.
Yeah, safe to say it was a day that Eckerd would like to forget, but they do have a brand new chance to try to get back in the win column today and potentially spoil a conference title party for the Spartans. If the Spartans are able to sweep the series in doubleheader today, they will be at worst co-conference champions because every other team in the conference has 8 losses at best compared to the Spartans. Rollins, Florida Southern, and Nova Southeastern would be the only ones who could challenge Tampa for the conference title. And at best, if Tampa lost all 6 and one of those 3 teams won out the rest of the season, then they would potentially be conference co-champions with the Spartans if Tampa sweeps today. Eckerd's trying to hope to stop that and get back in the win column. They're also on a 5-game losing streak, but it's always a team that's on a losing streak that can be the most dangerous because they're playing to get back in the win column. And I think that there are some signs that this Tritons team are due for this offense because they were getting base runners yesterday. Obviously, the scoreboard was not in their favor at all. But they had almost 10 hits or so. They were putting the runners aboard. They just couldn't convert in scoring position. Tampa's defense made some vital plays.
And the one thing that Tampa does is if you give them free base runners, they're going to make you pay. And 15 walks yesterday. 16 walks. I remember I was listening to you yesterday, and you're like, Tampa, 20 runs on 10 hits. I'm like, 10 hits? And then at that point you said 13 walks. I'm like, oh my goodness, they're playing themselves out of this game on their own.
Yeah, and I think the big thing as well for the Tritons was that Tampa just was able to kind of go vintage 2014, where they had double-digit walks and scored more runs than they had hits because they just kept receiving those big positions multiple times where they were able to load the bases with no one out, and that's just a tough position to be in for a defense. Got to give a shout-out, though. Jack Lazewski came out of the bullpen and had multiple scoreless innings back-to-back and really didn't concede walks until I think he just got a little bit tired and Tampa eventually scored a few runs past him.
So Tampa comes in with a 20-2 conference mark, 36-6 overall, the only team in conference play with 30-plus wins. And as you said, Taylor, Rollins and Lynn both 16-8 on this. Actually, Rollins at 16-8. Lynn is at 16-9, so Lynn is technically out of the running, or officially out of the running potentially after today. They would have to have a huge collapse by Tampa. Florida Southern at 14-8, Nova Southeastern at 14-8. Now, why do Rollins and Lynn have more conference games? Because every weekend there's an odd number of teams in the conference, so every weekend one team doesn't play conference play, and they have played continually, so they have 3 more games than everybody else in the league, and they will probably be taking the next weekend or 2 off from conference play. We are down to the final 3 weekends of conference play, doubleheader today, and then the Spartans will be on the road for the final 2 series of the season. Skylar Gonzalez on the mound for Tampa, and we are underway. And a ground ball on the very first pitch. Saladino, nice scoop by Russo, 1 up, 1 down before we can take a breath.
Skylar's continued his very strong Spartans career with a 3.88 ERA, a 6-1 record. He's gotten 49 strikeouts over 65 innings. You know, it was an injury. I was talking with E.J. Doskow, I think it was an illness or something that kind of delayed Gonzalez for one of his starts on Friday night that saw him get back into the rotation on a Saturday. And since then, he's felt comfortable, so he's stayed the Saturday early game starter, and CJ's been bumped up to that Friday starter, and they've once again kind of formed that 1A, 1B pairing for the Spartans rotation.
This is Dylan Escobar at the plate now. Catcher, and he hits a ground ball, almost cut off by Urso, picked up by Saladino. Nice stretch by Russo, 2 up, 2 down. JD not quite able to get there, but Saladino ranging nicely, made a nice throw. And we've had 2 batters up and 2 left side of the infield outs.
Yeah, Urso and Saladino were such a strong pairing there. They're both very good defensive shortstops, but you know, Saladino has had more experience recently at short at UTampa, so not too surprising to kind of see him stay there, as here comes the shift for this left-handed batter.
Yep, Urso has become the third baseman of choice for Tampa. And as always, as Taylor just mentioned, with a lefty, they oftentimes will put 3 on the right side of second base, right side of the infield. And he fouls it off. And only J.D. Urso all by his lonesome on the left side.
I know sometimes as well with 2 strikes, they'll flip the third baseman and shortstop. So it's the shortstop covering left and then the third baseman at that kind of second base spot.
This is Zayd Stark. Swing and a miss off speed pitch. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And there's Urso shifting way over. Even a shortstop might not play that far to the right, but here we go. You know he's not going to put a bunt down or risk it. And he hits a fly ball out into center field. Coming in, Maddox King quickly falls in for a hit. And he's going to try to go for 2, and he's safe. So Stark just never gave up running, as that one just took a long time to get up and down, and he just said, I'll give it a shot.
Yeah, and that's heads-up base running there to see that he would have time to reach there safely. And, you know, with 4 players covering that no-man's land corner, you have so many players out there in shallow left field. That was a perfectly hit baseball to have it drop in front of literally everyone.
And now at the plate is number 9, and that is Reed Lyle.
It is interesting to see Lyle back in the lineup. It was actually Christian Cabina starting at first base, but in the middle of the game, Eckerd made the change to bring Lyle into the game, and they kept with Lyle. So I wonder what happened if Cabina maybe picked up an injury. Certainly hope not. Hopefully he's all right, but...
Well, the Spartans oftentimes will flip-flop catchers. They've sometimes done that with the first baseman, though Russo's pretty much the fixture. That one catches the corner. So man on second is Stark. 0-2 count with 2 outs to Lyle. Another lefty. Swing and a miss. Inning is over. So they get a double. They leave him on second. We've played half an inning. It is no score. Tampa coming to the plate, and they will send up Williams, Saladino, and Urso will be back on Tampa Spartans.
Here, our mission is to move you, to challenge your thoughts, to keep you paddling onward. No bricks and ivy, but sun and sand, where learning happens everywhere, even here. A home for the adventurous, the doers, the free thinkers, and the best friends, where we push you to become a better citizen, problem solver, creator, for the careers of today and new ones on the horizon.
First we go. As we get ready for this game, it's an 87 degrees and sunny. Couple wispy clouds out there, but very hot out there. And they say it's about 10 degrees hotter on the field. Feels like 90 degrees. Not much of a wind. It's blowing almost straight west at about 3 miles an hour, so not a lot of aid for any balls hit up in the air. Spartans will have Williams leading off the automatic double. Saladino, Urso, Woodburn, Villegas, Garavito, Carstetter, Russo, and King will be the batting order for Tampa.
Yeah, it's a hot day today here at Tampa, Jack. I mean, I'm looking at the weather, 88 degrees, but a real feel of 99.
99, wow.
It is going to be tough for the players out there.
You got a different app. Mine said 90.
Yeah, well, this is the AccuWeather app. And
okay, that's
a friend of mine.
They say Accu, so we'll believe.
Yeah, he got me set up with it in Elmira when I was covering the Pioneers, and I think it's definitely accurate because when you step outside, you definitely feel the heat. That's why I think it's a good idea Tampa's wearing our cream-colored jerseys today.
Yeah.
Kind of keeping cool. Imagine we might bring the City connects a little bit later, though, maybe.
Ryan Gargett on the mound for Eckerd, listed as a catcher, right-handed pitcher. So multi-positional. Williams gets the bunt down, and he's going to beat it out. I'll say that automatically.
Yeah, whenever he's able to put the ball on the ground, you have to be right there to pick it up. Williams is a stellar on-base player. Not only can he hit the ball hard over the wall and into the gaps, he can just square up, drop a bunt, and then use his NCAA elite speed. And now that he's on the base path, it's very likely we're going to see him go to second.
Yep, well, I called him the automatic double. I saw him walking over here today, and I said, there's Mr. Automatic Double. He laughed and said, thank you, sir. Let's see if he waits or not. The first pitch coming up to Saladino. He goes, fouled off. He'll come back.
You could tell Gargett was, I think, waiting as long as he could, hoping to maybe get him the jump early. But it's also great when you've got someone like Williams on board to start the inning because you get in the pitcher's head.
Yes, immediately.
And that's exactly what the Spartans want to do. You know, they were able to get a lot of early scoring yesterday, and that was because usually the command was really rough for Eckerd, but Gargett's known for slightly stronger command, only 26 walks over 33 innings, and he struck out more, 36 over 33.
There he goes again, and he's going to get it. Ball bounces out of the mid of Escobar, so it'll be a stolen base. And the automatic double is enforced.
62 now for Williams, 10 more than the previous record.
Yeah, he set the all-time Tampa single season mark with about a third of the season still to go. It's 1-1. Gargett in the stretch, way outside. 2-1. Two balls, one strike. Williams with a lead. They're not really holding him. Sometimes he's tried to go to third. This time, no, fouled off. On deck, J.D. Urso. Gargett in the stretch. Saladino waits. Williams jumping off the base. And he goes. Fouled off. He'll come back again.
By the way, the D2 record for stolen bases in a season was 97.
Whoa.
That's held by Braden O'Connor. He did it at Benedict University back in 2022.
Not too long ago. That, you know, at most you probably get about 60 games in a season. That's 1.5 steals a game.
And he only did it, I think, in 43 games,
Jeez,
too.
That's 2.5 steals a game.
Yeah, that's impressive speed.
Swing and a miss. Saladino goes down. Looked at one down and inside. That'll bring J.D. Urso to the plate. So 1 out. Williams still perched on second. The first righty that Gargett will face. There he goes. Throw down to third. They may have him. Yeah, he slid right into that one. Nice throw by the catcher, Escobar.
He definitely had him in the previous play. When Williams was stealing second, Escobar was up a full second earlier than him, but he just couldn't hold on to the baseball. This time he pops up quickly with the baseball and gets his throw on target.
And that ball was waiting. Tag applied by Schumacher. Swing and a miss by Urso. So now 2 outs, nobody on. I don't know if Williams has been caught going to second at all this year. Maybe once. Most of it is going to third. Catches the corner, strike 3. Inning is over, so the Spartans get a leadoff bunt single. He gets to second, tries to go to third, thrown out. And we've played 1 full inning. No score. Tampa and Eckerd right here on Tampa Spartans. And we head to the top of the second inning, no score. Tampa and Eckerd, Jack Ike, Taylor Stolworthy back in the booth together. Had work get in the way of life yesterday.
1 p.m. games will usually do that.
Yep. I was checking because Spartans are obviously, I'm taking I don't know if it's a leap, but we'll be hosting some NCAA tournament games.
I mean,
and they're always listed Thursday, Friday, Saturday, depending on need. And so I'm like, I hope it's not Thursday, Friday, middle of the day. So I looked, and every game they played last year was at 5:30 or later. So I'm like, please do that.
I know, it might be one game on Thursday night, depends how many.
Yes.
If it's one game per day, it'll be at night. But if
Yep.
it's 2 games, there'll be one afternoon and then evening.
Correct. Showing bunt. Pitched by Gonzalez outside. 1 ball, no strikes.
It's Gelwick leading off for the Tritons.
Ground ball, Saladino backhands it. Long throw. Russo in time. Got him by a step. So a good start to this game so far for Gonzalez.
I gotta say, Russo's defense has been stellar today. You know, he's made some incredible scoops in that time. Was able to reach up and snatch that out of the air because that was a high throw, but
Yep.
if it's just close enough to his body, Russo's usually going to end up with the baseball.
Dawson Jones now at the plate. He's a junior from Naples. A shot, base hit, right field. Scooped up by Villegas, thrown in. 2 hits so far today off of Gonzalez.
Now, the first one was a bloop single, but that was just a clean line drive, landed shallow right field. Woodburn was close, but that was going to be a really difficult play for him to try to get to it.
So Skylar Gonzalez on the mound for Tampa. 1 on, 1 out. And that time, Schumacher thought inside, called strike though. 1 ball, 1 strike.
We saw yesterday C.J. Williams get his 10th win of the season.
Yeah.
For Skylar, he's looking for number 7 of the years. He's 6-1. Mentioned a little bit earlier this season, he lost his undefeated streak throughout his time at UTampa with a defeat against Florida Southern, who for the first half of the season had been one of the best offenses in the nation for D2 play. They've quieted down just a little bit, so it might have been unlucky timing for the series matchup for the Spartans and Mocs.
Matter of fact, Lynn swept Florida Southern last weekend. So they're riding a 4-game losing streak because they lost yesterday. Around the conference yesterday is Rollins. Non-conference lost to Colorado Mesa 9-2. Florida Southern lost to Nova Southeastern 10-9. A scoring battle there. Lynn a 13-2 win over St. Leo. There's a shot up the middle. That'll put runners at first and second with 1 out. Berry at home beat Florida Tech 8-2, and Embry-Riddle on the road a 5-1 winner over Palm Beach Atlantic. Bazidlo to the plate now. Joey Bazidlo, a sophomore from Worcester, Massachusetts.
Yeah, so far this season he has been all right, hitting 245, 336, 286. Gets on base at a good rate, but he also does have a ton of strikeouts. He's fourth of the qualified batters for Eckerd with 26 on the year.
Fouled back. That was fouled back. If we wouldn't have had protection here, it would have hit us. And Taylor, you're much improved. I think you've dealt with your devils of having balls hit back here from your time in a wood bat league up in the north, right?
Yep, definitely.
You used to flinch anytime things came this way.
I still do sometimes, but I could tell that one was a little bit to my left.
All right, okay. And another one hit up the middle. They're going to send him home. King's got the arm, but he bobbled the pickup, and Eckerd takes a 1-0 lead. So we have a little different scenario today than we had yesterday.
Yeah, and that was a really good series of hits there from the Tritons. You know, they've got 3 back-to-back, getting 1 into right field and then 2 just cleanly up the middle. And I think King would have had a chance to play. We've seen his arm do well throughout most of the season, but he just kind of bobbled it on the drop because it's kind of hard to pick it up sometimes.
Yeah, and he was coming in, so that's why I was waiting for a throw, because that would have been really close. They show bunt, pulls it back. Jordan Alzate to the plate, a freshman from Miami.
Alzate had a really good day yesterday, making a couple of good plays in the outfield and also getting a few hits against the Spartans. And kind of going back to the start of the broadcast, I mentioned how Eckerd, despite the scoreline, they were getting base runners. Mm-hmm. They weren't completely out of the game. When they were on offense, they were putting Tampa in trouble a few times. I know C.J. Williams had to get out of multiple tight situations like this. I think it was only a matter of time before they actually had a start of a relatively good inning like this.
Shot down the line, but foul. So, we're early in this game, but this is kind of why when you make tournament play, it's double elimination, because one pitcher or one bad game could take you out, whereas you come back to a game like this, instead of 27-1, it might be a nip-and-tuck battle because of a pitcher on the mound.
Of course, or just the balls are kind of floating a little bit differently those certain days. And also in the tournament, the balls also fly usually a little bit further. I was kind of talking with EJ, and it was always around tournament time you start to see a few more home runs. I believe they make a switch of the brand to baseball.
Oh, that really? Might be, to the NCAA brand or something?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the NCAA uses Rawlings. We use a different brand, I believe. And that change leads to more of those going out of the park.
Fly ball. Villegas waits, makes the catch. Runner tags, heads to third. Going to make it, so first and third with 2 outs. I was trying to check the flag out in right field. I can't even see it, so it must be fairly limp.
Yeah, not very windy, and it was like this yesterday, too. The trees around campus and the patio outside Morsani, they're also not moving.
So if you're going to get it out of here, it's your muscle. Top of the order, Garrido to the plate. Ball just missing.
Yeah, it might be better just to get it to the outfield on those line drives like Eckerd has been doing so far. It's how they scored their first run.
1-0 pitch. Ground ball foul. Umpires for today's game, Ray Parrish is behind the plate. Frank Endel is at first base or on the bases. One nothing Eckerd, top of the second. Gonzalez with the stretch, the pitch. Inside, just missing. 2-1. Schumacher on third, Bazidlo, I should say, is on first. Ground ball, Saladino, does he get the force? Inning is over. They do get a run, 3 consecutive hits And we played it inning and a half, 1-0 Eckerd on top of Tampa right here on. Now we head to the bottom of the second. Eckerd on top for the first time all weekend. Would have been hard for them to get on top yesterday because the only run they scored made it a 20-1 game.
Yeah, it is generally hard when you trail by double digits and then by 10 extra on top of that to get back into the fight. But, you've got a fresh 9-inning matchup today, and I think Gargett being able to get the stolen base out and then the strikeout to get out of the previous inning is a good momentum kind of stealer for the Tritons offense, and it definitely showed as they were able to set the table and bring home a run against Skylar Gonzalez. And Gargett's had a pretty good season so far. You mentioned the two-way player. He's done good at the plate and on the mound. He's held opponents to a 285 average, a 7.29 ERA over 5 starts. I think that Eckerd's still kind of trying to find out who their best three in their rotation is, because they've had plenty of starters with more than 5 starts in the season.
Well, we talked about the conference standings with Tampa at the top. Eckerd is at the bottom with St. Leo and actually with Embry-Riddle. They are all at 6 wins on the year. Eckerd is 6-17. Actually, no, 5-17 on the year, so they are at the bottom. 6-16 for St. Leo, 6-16 for Embry-Riddle.
Disappointing to see St. Leo sort of down the table this season, too. Definitely a bit of a rebuild year for the Lions.
Well, their coach went to Florida Southern
right
in the offseason.
So that's that could be part of the reason. But, St. Leo's always one of the better teams. The last few years they've been hosting the other half of the regionals. I imagine they'll be back sooner rather than later.
No doubt. Braden Woodburn at the plate. Spartans second baseman. Or wherever they need him, seems to be.
Yeah, he's been able to play first base last year.
Had some outfield last weekend, I think, or recently.
Yeah, I know sometimes when I think there was a game where Tampa made a bunch of substitutions and Woodburn had to play, it was like center field off the bench.
Yeah. He gets a walk, so he'll go to first.
Yeah, we saw a few of those earlier today.
That's a leadoff walk, which can be disastrous for the defense.
66% of the time, right?
That's the wives' tale. I have to bring that. You have to bring up city council or city hall.
You have to bring up.
I have to bring up a leadoff walk every time it happens. The old wives' tale is 60. You don't lead off with a walk. It's the worst thing you can do if you're going to put a runner on first. A hit, error, hit batsman. A walk is the worst thing you can do because they will tend to score 2/3 of the time, which is a flat-out lie. But I think that's the way for coaches to make you not walk a batter, make them hit it.
Yeah, and I definitely think command is something that kind of gets overlooked sometimes when scouting prospects for baseball, especially these days when now that velo is kind of all the rage for every single pitcher. It feels like sometimes you need those players that don't really carry as much velo that can just paint the corners and do a good job to limit base runners. And for the most part, Tampa's rotation has always featured those guys that maybe they're not throwing the hardest, but they're going to get weak contact and they're not going to have command issues.
Didn't Greg Maddox have a good career like that?
Yes, but that's a very big misconception that he was a soft thrower because in his era, he was about league average 91 to 93 miles an hour.
Okay.
And granted, of course, he had a very good two-seamer.
He wasn't that unique guy who threw 100.
Yeah, he wasn't like a power pitcher per se in his era, but he was close to it. He wasn't like he was a finesse master, a control god. And granted, he was incredible with his command.
Yes. He
was very good with finesse with his two-seam fastball. His sinker was unbelievable throughout his career, but he wasn't necessarily like that true, like, going against the norm type of player that he would be if he played nowadays. Actually, in a recent interview, he even mentioned he probably would be throwing harder if he was pitching nowadays because of how players are developed and the attitude on the mound.
Mm-hmm. Quick mound visit. Villegas waiting on a 3-0 count.
Yeah, it makes sense. He missed 4 against Woodburn, 3 against Villegas. Just got to check in, see if he's all right.
Walked him, though. No, got the call. 3-1. We did quick math yesterday. You said 16 walks, so that's 64 balls. And let's say they add 2 strikes or some fouls, add 2 more to each at bat. That's another 32 pitches. So almost 100 pitches just walking people. Ground ball, diving, makes the stop, and he's going to be safe. Get back to the base, young man. He does. A nice job by Jones at second base to knock that one down. He tried to get it over to Bazidlo, I should say. Had him, but the ball popped out of his mitt.
Yeah, would have beat him by maybe a step on that slide to second. And then once Woodburn saw the ball get away, he was like, ooh, maybe I can get to third. It did not roll as far into the outfield as he thought it did. And then he slipped as well in the turf and barely got back in time. But avoids the walk. However, Tampa's got 2 base runners and no one out.
So that'll go down as a fielder's choice, I would think.
They called it a single, but
okay.
I agree that fielder's choice would be the right call. Because
I think they'd have had him.
Yeah. They would have had the out at second, and even if not, that's not a single because, well, he didn't try for the out at first.
Yes.
It was the fielder's choice.
That's the reasoning, yes.
Obviously, a call like that and being turned into a hit is less impactful as there's no no-hitter on the board. Gargett gave up 1 back in the previous inning.
Garavito now at the plate. Karstetter on deck. 2 on, nobody out. A 1-0 Eckerd lead here in the bottom of the second. Inside and high. 2-0.
Both Garavito and Irigoyen have heated up as the season's progressed. Garavito back to a 298, 423, 421 slash line here. But I am surprised to see one of the best power hitters in the Spartans only with 1 long ball this year.
Ball high. So another 3-ball count. Walked Woodburn. Went to 3 balls on Villegas before the base hit. And now 3-0 to Garavito. And timeout before he pitched. No, I think the pitch clock went down. That's ball 4.
Yeah, pitch clock violation. You don't always see that happen, but here it's ball 4 for Garavito.
There's a pitch clock in center field, so the catcher and anybody looking that way can see it. There are pitch clocks on each dugout, not necessarily right behind home plate. So I don't know if it's inconvenient for a pitcher to glance over that way or not, but
I don't
they
think
should be able to see it.
Because if you see where like a pitcher sets up usually, this time Gargett going quickly to make sure he doesn't fall victim again.
He's like, take that.
You're sometimes looking over at first base or third base, and the pitch clock's right in the line of sight from the mound.
And you know where it is going into the game anyway.
It's also the corner of your eye usually too. And as long as you just go relatively quickly, it's not a problem.
Ground ball, they might get 2 out of this. It's going to tie the game either way. Takes him off the base, got the force at second, but the relay pulled the first baseman off. So Lyle had to come off the base. So it'll be runners on first and third, and now a 1-1 game. And Cole Russo strides to the plate.
It was the 4th or 5th time this weekend Tampa had the bases loaded and no one out. They were able to do that quite a few times yesterday. And Eckerd almost received the double play ball right there, which would have been huge, get them that second out, but
I don't know if they'd have gotten him if the throw been there. It would have been close.
Yeah,
It took a while to get out to short.
They say tie goes to the runner, but
Yeah.
it does feel like the opposite actually happens more often. So I think Carstetter might have been out by half a step maybe, but they pulled him off the base, so didn't need to worry about it.
So Cole Russo strides to the plate. It's now Villegas on third, Carstetter on first. Russo at the plate, Maddox King on deck. 1-1 ball game, so a base hit or even a ground ball, if they don't turn two, would give the Spartans the lead. Swing and a miss. Gargett back on the mound. Runner goes to second. Ground ball, foul. He'll come back.
This is a great chance maybe for a double steal here. You send Carstetter to get the throw from Escobar, and then you bring Villegas home. That's something Escobar's got to be worried about. Does he try to get that second out, or does he just make sure Villegas doesn't follow him?
Spartans did that last weekend. J.D. Urso's credited with stealing home when they went to second, and he came home when they threw it to second. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Escobar holds the pitch for a while. Umpire does not change his mind. It's 2-2.
You could tell Gargett was waiting, hoping that Carstetter would jump early.
Carstetter with a pretty good lead at first.
They're holding him there with Lyle, though.
Yeah. And he goes again. And they're going to eat the throw, and down to second goes Carstetter. So runners at second and third. And I believe that was ball 3. They're still showing 2-2. I thought it was ball 3. Guess not.
Actually, I think it is ball 3. It might
Is
just
it?
be a little slow to update it.
Okay. Yep, there you go. So 3-2 now. Russo now has a chance maybe to drive in 2. Takes the force away, so that's good. And now a timeout called. And another pitch count clock violation. Once again, it got down to 0, and this is twice now they've gone 3-2, or got to 3 balls on a pitcher and a batter, and a clock violation got him the walk. So numerous walks this inning by Gargett, and this time the bases are loaded again. And Maddox King now to the plate.
Wonder if the clock started a little bit early, because it didn't feel like a full 20 seconds,
No,
but
it didn't.
when you're in a high leverage moment like this, it can be easy to lose track of time.
But again, I reiterate, there are clocks in front of you.
Yes.
So even if they do start early, they just switched it, and I think it's the field umpire who sets the clock. It's not done up here in the press box. Inside again, 2-0 to King. Okay, just reset it now. The batter also has the responsibility to be in the box before 8 seconds get on the clock.
Yeah, otherwise
Or
it's
it's a
called.
strike. Ball outside. 3-0, so Gargett really throwing a lot of pitches this inning. Nowhere to put him. Bases loaded. 3-0. 1 out. Here in the bottom of the second, Tampa now looking to take the lead. Walked him. Walks in a run. And it's now a 2-1 Tampa lead. And the bases will remain loaded. And
now,
Jordan Williams to the plate.
And now you get back to the top of the order. Not the situation you want to be in. And it is like vintage Tampa, just drawing a ton of walks. It's now the 4th of the game. I'm trying to think, 3rd or 4th of the inning, though, too. Because I'm trying to remember.
Easily the 3rd.
Yeah, it's the 3rd because they did get a leadoff bunt hit from
Yes.
Williams. So 4th of the inning.
Well, no, Williams was the first inning, though.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, you were just saying.
Yeah, I was saying for the
he got on
walks.
base.
I
Yeah.
was trying to remember how he reached. Williams does a good job at drawing walks, 23 on the season. The Spartans' leader, though, is Nico Saladino with 31.
There's nobody throwing in the Eckerd bullpen, so Gargett's job, get out of the inning.
They might have someone start, though.
Yes.
Eckerd did a good job to avoid any of their higher leverage bullpen guys, apart from Shoemaker, who late in the game moved from third to the mound. He's only had a handful of appearances, but has a top 5 ERA for the pitching staff this season, so he sometimes gets the call, kind of like how Nunez was last year in higher leverage spots.
Mm-hmm. Well, I heard you and EJ talking yesterday, and they're like, at a certain point, just let the reliever go and go. It's not going to change the outcome of the game.
Yeah, and that's the thing as well. Once you're in a big scoreline, you just need someone to get through innings. Say, hey, hit the zone. If they get like 10 hits past you, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Just save the rest of the bullpen for the close games like this one. So you're able to pivot if things do go sour.
So Jordan Williams, I don't think will bunt, but I won't put it past him because they are in at the corners. Bases loaded, 1 out. Here's the pitch. Did not show bunt, takes a strike.
Carstadter's at third. He's got a bit of speed with 10 stolen bases this season, one of 5 Spartan players to get double digits. I wonder if he'll, well, actually he just hit 11 as well today.
You're right. And the pitch. Swing and a miss. 2 strikes now.
Yeah, that'll end the squeeze threat here. That's big for Gargett. I think his first 2-strike count since that full count a few batters ago.
Mm-hmm. So they backed off at the corner. Still a little bit in at third. Ground ball. That's going to get through for a base hit. Will it score 1? Just 1. Bases will stay loaded. Spartans take a 3-1 lead. Nice piece of hitting. Going down 0-2, and he got a pitch to hit anyway.
One of the rare situations Williams gets on base and he can't steal because there's a couple players in front of him. One more steal would put Williams level with second all-time in a season for Sunshine State Conference steals.
Really?
However, the leader has 96 most conference steals.
That
this
one
season.
gets away. That should bring in another run. And crossing the plate is Russo, and the Spartans now lead 4-1. See, now if Williams were smart, he wouldn't have gone to second.
Exactly. Well, actually, the smart play is to go to second and forget about the stats.
Well, yeah, I'm being selfish.
Ah, yeah. Yeah, I'd call it selfish rather than smart.
Yeah.
Because Urso would be like, hey,
right.
take the free base. Forget about the stats. We can input a fake stat if you want to, desperately.
You're right. Smart, selfish, 2 different terms.
Yeah. I'd say sneaky, maybe,
Yes.
too.
So now runners at second and third with 1 out, and a big swing and a miss there by Saladino.
That being said, you could have the double play or the double steal opportunity there with him going to second. But
See?
But if you're Escobar, you also know, yeah, I'm not going to get him out at second. I'll just hold the baseball. Not going to fall victim to the double steal.
Ooh, goes down low for that one. Called strike. Saladino struck out his first at-bat on a pitch similar to that. He's now down 0-2 with 1 out. Spartans with a 4 spot so far here in the second. And that's going to get down, does it? No. But a tag at third. Oh, and he stays anyway. Gets back quickly. He'd have been a dead duck.
If he had started by standing on third, maybe he would have had time, but he had to quickly back up a few steps and touch it, and no reason to risk it per se right there. Good play by Gelwick. That throw was going to be probably able to beat him, too.
Yeah.
A little offline, but it got to the infield quickly.
And Gelwig, I'll be honest with you, does not play a very deep left field. And that helped him get to that ball. I've seen players usually much deeper than that.
It's a risk. You know, you play shallow to prevent easy runs from scoring, but like we saw yesterday, players like Saladino and Urso can just put it over their heads.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of Urso, he just gets plunked, so that will not go down as a walk. That's a painful way to get on first. And the bases are loaded again.
Yeah, Saladino is also one of the team leaders in HBP. That's number 6 in the season, tied for third with Egardo Viegas.
So what's Urso have now?
Oh, that was Urso.
That was Urso, yep.
He's now at 13.
13 hit by pitches?
Yes.
Jeez.
That is combined with 23 walks.
Wow.
So he gets on base quite often with the hit by pitch and the walk. 36 free bases compared to 23 strikeouts.
Braden Woodburn, the cleanup hitter to the plate. Not your typical power-hitting cleanup hitter that you associate with the spot. Solid contact hitter. which works just as well. If you're wondering how they came up with the term cleanup hitter, it's a situation like this. First 3 guys get on base, and then the 4th guy in your order is supposed to clean up the bases with the home run. Fouled it off.
Tampa doesn't have too many raw power guys per se. You know, J.D. Urso kind of does that batting third. Saladino's got underrated pop as well with 3 home runs this season, but apart from that, right behind you got Villegas, Garavito, and Carstetter and Russo, but, you know, you kind of, I think maybe the mentality is, you know, you're kind of playing small ball for the most part in these Urso teams. You'd prefer someone who's good at getting on base and, you know, finding the doubles and extra base hits. Woodburn doesn't do that too often, but, you know, he's just consistent at getting on base. He's now actually right behind Williams with a .363 average on the season.
Wow. So, 1 ball, 1 strike now, 2 outs, bases still full. A hit by pitch brought in the last run. Gargett in the stretch, not holding any runners on. Ball high.
And kind of thinking about as well, the lineup construction, a majority of the Spartan players would be cleanup 3, 4, 5 hitters pretty much on every other Sunshine State Conference team for the most part. Someone like Maddox King would probably be a leadoff player for a good chunk of teams too. So it's not that they're not necessarily.
There's your fly ball, and it's going to chase him back toward the wall. And out of the reach, 1 hops to the wall, goes up on the screen, and that'll be a ground rule double. We'll bring in 2, but they're going to send Urso back. A ground rule double by Woodburn. And it's now a 6-run inning and a 6-1 Spartan lead. That one hit the turf, hit the wall, kept going up and bounced off the netting that encircles the ballpark.
Okay, and kind of continuing off of that, you know, Tampa's team's just so deep.
Yes.
You can't put the best power hitters sometimes at 3 and 4 because you just have too many players that are so good everywhere. Like I mentioned, Carstetter as well. I find it crazy that someone who did really well in the Big 12 last year at Arizona State has to be in the bottom half of our lineup.
Right, bottom third.
Yeah.
7-hitter. Or Russo, he's got power. Big swing and a miss by Villegas.
And what it really does as well is it makes it so there's no easy at-bats for the opposition, you know. You don't have any players you can be like, oh yeah, this guy's a free out.
Yes.
No, it does not exist for the Spartans.
You are correct. So, a little bit of life from Eckerd in the top of the second has quickly been extinguished here in the bottom as they took a 1-0 lead, their first lead of the weekend. Spartans have countered with 6, and we still have an out to go.
I'm glad to see Villegas back from injury. He's hit pretty well this season and has kept it up.
Yep. 2-1-1. Lifts the shoulders, lets it go under. Ball 3 with 2 outs. Still nobody throwing. Gargett is at 46 pitches going into this batter. So close to 50 already. 3-1 pitch. Popped up. Playable. Drifting back is Gelwick. And the inning comes to an end. The Spartans put up 6, only on 4 hits. They leave 2. And at the end of 2, it is 6-1, Tampa on top on TampaSpartans.tv. And we go to the third inning in a much different game than we had going into the second inning. There was no score after one. After an inning and a half, it was 1-0 Eckerd. We've now played 2 full, and Skylar Gonzalez is staked with a 6-1 lead. So little remnants of yesterday.
For sure, Tampa was able to draw quite a few walks as well alongside 4 hits. But I think the big thing for Skylar is that he's got to feel a lot better now because it was a shaky second inning, gave up those 3 hits back-to-back. But immediately the team responded, having his back, and that's the benefit, I think, when you're playing an offense like this. It gives you confidence to be aggressive on the mound. You don't need to walk too many people. You don't need to be worried about them taking you deep randomly because usually Tampa's got a chance to respond with a couple runs of their own.
This will bring up Dylan Escobar, who had a busy inning behind the plate. Gonzalez winds and fires. Ground ball foul. Escobar grounded out to shortstop. His first time up. Ball outside.
He's been good defensively behind the plate today. Did let a wild pitch get past him, but it's been a busy weekend for him. He's had a lot of times where he's had a dive on top of the ball as it's kind of drifted away.
Mm-hmm.
And we saw earlier, he did a great throw to get Williams out at third. And earlier in the inning, where Williams did steal second, he just lost the baseball. He popped in time and would have had him out comfortably.
Goes swinging at that one, fouls it off, makes it 2-2. That might have been ball 3. This is the first game of a doubleheader. Second game scheduled for 4. It's always a suggestion. Rips it down the line, foul.
It's always about 30 to 40 minutes after the first game. So if this game goes about similar to yesterday, if it goes about 3 hours, expect a 4:45 to 5 start.
Two, fly ball, that may fall, giving chase is Williams. No, and he's there to make the catch. Thought it might have gone into that Bermuda Triangle, but Williams just kind of glided over, actually, and made the catch.
That's why speed, I think, is always so good to have in the outfield, when you get the ability to just kind of have enough range to get to those, because slower outfielders might struggle. They might have to try to make a diving play or just let it drop for a single.
Yeah, and reaction, too. Make the right move off the bat. Here's Stark. Fouls it off. He singled, actually doubled his first time up. Blooped one, and that's never broke stride and slid into second ahead of the throw.
That's the type of heads-up base running we usually see from the Spartans. So heads up for Stark to do it for the Tritons, catching Tampa's defense off guard.
And he tries it again. Williams comes in and makes the catch for the second out of the inning. 2 up, 2 down, and a couple outfield fly balls to Jordan Williams.
That's going to bring Lyle up with 2 away. Couple left-handers back-to-back for Gonzalez to deal with. Wonder if he sends it to that same spot, pulling it the other way into that left center gap.
Ball outside.
Did you know statistically the worst pitch in baseball is a 2-seam or sinker to an opposite-handed batter? You get the most, I think, OPS.
Worse as a pitcher or worse as a batter?
Or worse as a pitcher.
Okay.
So, and it makes sense because it kind of breaks away into the range of the opposite-handed batter, even close to the barrel sometimes.
There's a base hit up the middle. So 2 hits. Or no, that was Lyle, so his first hit of the day.
I bring that up because Gonzalez has pretty good sort of break on his fastball. Sometimes I think it is a 2-seam that he throws, so something to keep an eye on when he throws it to left-handed batters.
Brings Gelwick to the plate, who grounded out to short his first time up. Shows bunt, pulls it back. J.D. Urso is playing behind the bag at third, had to sprint forward. 2 outs, man on first. Outside. So you look where Jordan Williams is playing in left, and Gelwick is much shorter, in a lot closer for the Tritons in left. Fly ball, and it might be 3 catches for Williams. He drifts back, waits near the track, and all 3 outs this inning ended up in the mitt of Jordan Williams. So they leave 1, but no runs scored. We played 2 full. 6-1 Tampa on top on TampaSpartans.tv. Bottom of the third, Tampa 6-1. Taylor, I think this could be a pivotal inning for Eckerd because it's 6-1. So still relatively close, but this is where the Spartans broke it open yesterday.
Yeah, Tampa was up 6-0 after the second inning yesterday, and they moved on to a new pitcher from the bullpen.
I think it was 12-0 after 3 then, right?
Exactly. Yeah. They scored 6 in the third and then 8 in the fourth. So that's where things really got out of hand. And if the Tritons don't want things to get out of hand here, they need Gargett to respond with a quick inning. He did a good job in the first. Second inning, just command fell off. He does get the trust to return to the mound. And let's see how he does against the middle to bottom of the Spartans order.
Pretty good crowd here today. Now, I think you know it. Actually, when is school over? You have like one more week of school, right? So like the first week of May, you're done. Wow.
A week and a half, basically.
Week and a half.
I know for the players as well, it gets easier once classes end to kind of keep focusing on athletics. And that's always good for the postseason push, where you don't have to worry about that crazy final coming up, or the final project that has also taken up half of your hours at night. I know all our Spartan athletes do a good job to make sure they keep the student in front of the athlete.
Garavito pops it up. They may have a play coming in from right field, right near the foul line, and making the catch is Garrido. When you factor in, if you get to carry and start playing there, you're playing. So your schooling is done in first couple days of May. Your final game might be mid-June. So that's a month and a half, no school, and you're still playing ball. There are still, after this weekend, 2 more regular season weekends. Then there's 2 levels of regional play weekend, then carry.
These are Tampa students usually.
Fly ball, center field, going back toward the wall. One hops to the wall and heading into second base, heading for third. He's going to make it easily. They could try, but they're not going to get Karstetter. And he goes sliding in with a triple. That one just kept carrying.
And it's that shallow outfield that the Tritons run that sometimes just puts them in the bad position. Not sure if Alzate could have gotten it if he was playing deeper, but, Tampa just knows how to hit it over their heads. They don't always hit home runs, but they do find the gaps extremely well. That's just the depth of this offense. And someone else has got a lot of pop. Cole Russo.
To the plate with 1 out, man on third. Ball low outside.
I think it's safe to say the Russo family is definitely royalty, I think, for Tampa Spartan sports as a whole. Cole's cousin Alexa is a huge part of the softball team too, and they're kind of similar archetypes for players as well. They both play at the first base, third base corners, and they're both known for being extremely strong power hitters. Alexa, unfortunately, suffers from the biggest softball park in the nation here at UTampa. Otherwise, she'll probably have 50 home runs.
That may go to the gap. It is. That'll bring in a run. Carstetter will easily score. Russo rounds first, heads to second, and slides in with a double, and the Spartans lead 7-1. That one just found the gap between center and right. Cut off, actually, though, by Garrido, but still was not going to keep Russo from getting into second base. And Maddox King, though we're only in the third, comes up for his second at-bat. So that's 18 people have come to the plate in the first 2+ innings.
Yesterday we saw Williams get at-bats in the first, second, and third.
Really?
He might do the same today if there's no double play from Maddox King.
True. Inside. And I'll say it again, still no one throwing. That's the 58th pitch. And I think Gargett only had about a dozen in the first inning, but he had 51 at the end of the second.
You definitely prefer an inning like this where you're giving up hard hits rather than loading the bases and having a ton of long at-bats that end in walks, you know. Make them earn the base runners and runs with the bat. You know, I think as a player, you'd much rather give up 3 extra base hits and 2-run score than 6 walks and 2-run score.
1-0 the pitch. Bends it in for the strike.
That was a really nice sort of curveball there from Gargett, just kind of dropping front door. And it's tough because it looks like it's heading at you for a sec until it just curves to the plate.
Outside, good stop by Escobar, slides across. Three balls, 1 strike, man on second. Way outside, and Russo will get to third on the pass ball, or that would be a wild pitch. And Maddox King will trot down to first, and Jordan Williams will come to the plate.
I've got a feeling they're going to try a steal again with King. Maybe even a double steal attempt here, depending how much of a lead Russo's able to get. Keep in mind the Tritons also worried about the squeeze play here. You know, leading to the postseason, wonder if Russo might want to try a couple of those, get his team a little bit of practice. That's always a great play you can kind of pull out from sort of the back of your hat there if you're in a tricky spot. Tampa players like Williams have the speed to make it work.
And the first pitch does not show bunt, call strike outside corner. Saladino on deck. Williams levels the bat, gets set. Strike 2 call. So runners on the corners. 1 out, 1 already in. Outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes now. There is action in the bullpen now.
Yeah, someone warming up in earnest. I think that is Nathan Norwood.
And the pitch. 2-2. I glanced over at the pitch clock. It was at 1 when Gargett threw here. He had 2 times last inning where the pitch clock expired and they were 1 3-ball counts. But I think you're right. They are resetting it pretty quickly. It got to 3 there. There's a ground ball foul. They've reset it as soon as he got the ball back, so he's not even up on the mound yet. And they stopped it.
Yeah, Williams was also out of the batter's box. I think
Yep.
that was like a full timeout after the foul ball.
See when they actually implemented. I think it's supposed to be when they told the rubber. Yep, that's when he's ready. So 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 on. Fly ball heading out into left field, drifting over. Gelwig makes a nice catch, but they're going to tag and score, and the Spartans will take an 8-1 lead. Gelwig was drifting away from the field of play and pretty deep. He wasn't going to get him even if he didn't have to drift. So it's now an 8-1 game. Spartans on top, and Saladino to the plate.
Rare 0 for 2 day for Saladino so far. He's been so consistent across the year. I also wonder maybe if he can take advantage of the slightly weaker command recently of Gargets, maybe try to get aboard. I mentioned he's the team walk leader this season with 31. Puts up a 444 on base alongside a 466 slugging percentage.
A little bit inside. Pretty big shift for Saladino to the left-handed pull hitter. Ball, that one stays high and outside. Two-0 pitch. That one is hit out into right center field. Not far enough. Drifting back, though, is Alzade, and he makes the catch to end the inning. So the Spartans get a couple more. They leave one. We'll head to the top of the 4th. 8-1, Tampa on top on TampaSpartans.tv. Top of the 4th inning we go. Tampa leading now 8-1. Tampa 8 runs, 7 hits, no errors. And Eckerd 1 run, 5 hits, no errors. And to take you through innings 4, 5, and 6, I turn it over to Taylor Stolworthy.
Thank you, Jack, as Skylar Gonzalez is ready to continue on the mound. We'll see how deep he goes. Tampa's got a 7-run lead. If they continue the scoring in the bottom of the 4th, could see Gonzalez done after 5, potentially to try to preserve him for the postseason. We saw CJ stay in the game up until the 5th inning, despite the 20-run lead. That was just so he could get his 10th win of the season. He needed 5 innings to be credited with the W. Gonzalez looking for 27, or number 28, I think, for his Spartan career. He is top 10 for the Spartans all-time in total pitcher wins. Obviously, having a 16-0 season certainly helps.
That helps, yeah.
Gives you just a couple extra. Ball 1 missing away. I know Gonzalez will be, I think, among the list of plenty of Spartans seniors who will be honored, I think, for Game 2 today. This is the final home stretch of the regular season for the Spartans, not the final home games of the year. Most likely we'll be hosting regional play, and if we qualify, we'll probably be super regional hosts. The most recent NBCWA regional rankings has us first with all 8 first-place votes. And I imagine that once NCAA starts their regional rankings, we would also be up top. Mm-hmm. Only Angelo State has had polling higher than us in any D2 top 25 rankings.
Yeah.
And Angelo State plays out on the West Coast. It would be a championship rematch if we both go the distance in the national tournament. Gonzalez down 3-0. And it won't be a leadoff walk just yet. Jones now in a 3-1 count. But still, because it is the final regular season home game, we always love to give a good farewell to the seniors. That's going to be a leadoff single or double, depending how quickly Williams gets there. Jones will reach second safely. No triple as Williams got to there right before it hit the corner. But a nice play there by Jones to start the inning with a single for the Tritons. One aboard, no one out for Eckerd. Shoemaker, who took the mound yesterday for the bottom of the 8th, is ready to go. Well, he's had some good appearances on the mound. He's mainly been at the plate, getting on at a .265 on-base percentage. He singled, I think, earlier, as that's going to miss inside for ball 1. Yes, Shoemaker was part of that 3 back-to-back hit train that brought a run home for the Tritons and gave them the lead.
Usually our stats monitor, there it is. I was going to say our stats monitor has that, yep.
Yeah.
It was down a little bit from what I was used to.
Quick talk for Garavito and Gonzalez. Gonzalez's command hasn't been perfect to start the inning. 5 pitches, 4 balls, 1 strike. Beautiful day at U Tampa, game 1 of 2 for the doubleheader. Jake Stipp will certainly get the start for the Spartans in that second game, but I believe that Eckerd might be looking to bring on Nathan Norwood from the bullpen. I saw the 15 warming up there in the previous inning. He has had 10 starts this year, so I wonder if they would bring him in here and not have him as the game 3 starter. That'll be a strike 1 now from Gonzalez hitting the inside corner. Shoemaker isn't the only player with that last name who is a pitcher for the Tritons. His, I'd assume, brother, Brady Shoemaker, has the team best ERA of 3.0 over 3 appearances. Thanks to the 27 runs conceded yesterday, understandably, Eckerd's ERA for the season has jumped a couple points up to 9.05.
But you said it was like 8 going into the game.
It was 8 or so yesterday. And it's up a little bit longer, but these are the outlier games that'll always put a weird twist onto the stats. The number probably goes down a bit today, depending on how they do as the rest of the game progresses. Still an 8-1 Spartans lead. Strike 3. Got him looking. And because the scoreboard didn't update for that second strike, Shoemaker was like, wait, was there only 1 strike? Nope. There was 2. It's the second strikeout for Gonzalez. 1 away, 1 in scoring position. Bizidlo back to the plate. He had the RBI single previously. Outside, good scoop by Garavito, ball 1. Players that won't be recognized for Senior Day, Garavito and Irigoyen. They both are juniors for the Spartans roster. Pretty sure Garavito's a junior still. That's a catching duo that has been exciting to watch this season. And to continue to watch as they continue. Garavito's already had a great tenure behind the plate for the Spartans. He actually is a senior. Makes sense because he did come from Santa Fe College 2 years ago. Irigoyen came from Seminole State College for this season. That's going to miss down low 3-0 now. Tampa finding plenty of transfers, not just from D1, but from the NJCAA and other JUCO areas. And they have found 2 great catchers at that position. And that is strike 1 in the outside corner. fouled, make it 3-2. Still a full count. Alzate has had a very strong weekends on deck. The left-handed freshman might have 2 base runners. Maybe no base runners if that goes deep enough. It will not. Williams is there, 2 away. It looked like it was good off the bat, but did not carry at all.
There's something about our perspective in the press box, and we've both done this over the years. Like, that's it, a lazy fly ball.
Mm-hmm. And now Alzate is ready to go at the plate. Want to let you know if you've been missing out on the NFL draft because you are watching our Spartans or the Tritons at work.
I would assume that
Shedeur
applies
Sanders
to millions.
Has finally been drafted.
Well, let me guess. Pittsburgh?
Nope, the Cleveland Browns.
Cleveland
also picked Dylan Gabriel last night. So interesting to see 2 QBs going there. They certainly do need them, though, because they lost Jameis Winston, who was a fan favorite for them last season.
Mm-hmm.
1-0 count from Gonzalez to Alzate.
Interesting.
That misses. 2-0 now.
I mean, typically when you take 2 quarterbacks in a draft, it's the second one is like insurance in case the first one doesn't work out. In this case, don't know what that means.
Maybe they're going to fight for the job.
Yeah. I think the message is clear. Any way you look at it is you come in here and you have to earn any playing time you're going to get in the NFL.
They've also already have a Hall of Famer leading the way next season, Joe Flacco.
Yeah.
That's going to be up the middle. Could score a second run for the Tritons.
Yeah.
They're sending the runner home, and King will just keep Alzate at first. The freshman continues a strong weekend, making it an 8-2 score. And just like the previous RBI, a clean line drive up the middle. King got to it, but there was no way he was getting the base runner. There was a lot of
Not with
speed
2 out,
for Jones, and yeah, of course, 2 away. He was running on anything. Top of the order, fouled away. It's Garrido leading off for Eckerd. This season, Garrido is hitting .323, .415, .435. He is the second best slugging for the main Tritons roster. The Tritons primarily doing small ball this season, with a team slugging of .354. Zaid Stark, who's batting third, leads the way with .463. Bounced foul, 0-2. One more strike, and Gonzalez ends the inning. Won't get it just yet. Fastball missing low and away. Wonder if he might look to a slider here. It's a good 2-strike offering against a righty. Wonder if Garrido will be ready for it. He's 0 for 2 so far. He had a fielder's choice and a ground out. Runner goes, and that one's going to go straight to right field. Villegas makes the catch. If that had a little less power to it, might have dropped for a bloop hit that could have scored a run. But instead, it'll end the inning. 1 runner stranded, but on 2 hits, Eckerd cuts the deficit to 8-2. We'll be right back. Gargett stays in the game on the mound here for the 4th inning, looking for the longest outing of a Triton arm this weekend for now. Every Triton pitcher was out after 2 innings in the previous game. That was mainly because Tampa, or 3 innings in the previous game, because Tampa usually would get a couple of runs against them. They've gotten a few runs here against Gargett, but he's battled through. And he's looking for a quick inning against Urso, Woodburn, and Villegas. The Tritons got back on the board, but it's still an 8-2 Spartans lead here in Game 2 of the series. Welcome back to the University of Tampa on the Sunshine State Conference Digital Network. J.D. Urso had been hit by a pitch back in the 2nd inning. He also went down looking to end the 1st inning. It's been a great return to the Spartans for J.D. Urso. 336, 452, 616 slugging. What a season back at U Tampa. The Spartan legend following in the footsteps of his father. He missed out on their World Series ring last year thanks to transferring to U Miami for a season in D1. But he's back with a chance to repeat. That'll miss outside for ball 1. If there was a Spartans team that could repeat, it certainly would be this one. Once again, top 2 in the nation. Likely going to have home field advantage throughout regional play. And even though the season hasn't ended, I don't think Tampa has a chance at losing a regional host bid at this stage, as that's a leadoff single for J.D. Urso. Regional play starts in 3 weeks' time. On May 15th, the South Regional will probably be here at Tampa and at Florida Southern, unless Delta State ends the season extremely hot. Maybe they would usurp the Mocs. We'll cover all the games here. I think they'll be on the Sunshine State Conference Digital Network. Might be streamed by NCAA. It depends. The NCAA always has different rules on how we stream postseason matchups. As that's a hit by pitch, Woodburn takes his free base. 2 aboard for Villegas. But it's always that mentality for the Spartans of trying to win it all, trying to do good in the national tournament. They very rarely miss out on regional play. And they've, of course, won so many conference titles. I was talking with EJ when he learned that his Spartan side, a couple seasons back, had won it. There wasn't a crazy amount of celebrating because a lot of those players had already had a couple of conference titles to their belts. And I imagine the attitude would be the same today if Tampa can wrap up the conference championship with a sweep against the Tritons. They'll be automatically co-conference champions at worst should they win both games against the Tritons. Their magic number for the conference title is 2. A loss for Rollins in a split series for the Mocs and Sharks would make them outright champions with a sweep. 1 away, Villegas quickly flies out to bring up Santiago Garavito. Florida Southern was keeping close with the Spartans in terms of the conference standings, but their current 4-game losing stretch in the last week's sweep against Lynn has pushed them a little bit further out of contention. Strike 1, slider hits the inside corner for Garavito. He drew a walk and he flew out in his previous 2 tries. 0 for 1. By the way, Tampa can't win outright the title this weekend because Rollins isn't playing conference matchups. They're on the road in a 3-game set against Colorado Mesa, as that is going to be an 0-2 count to Garavito. But Tampa can be, of course, co-conference champions if they sweep today, because there is still the chance that Rollins sweeps the Sailfish, sweeps the Mocs, and Tampa loses all 6. I'd have to check when Tampa's last 6-game losing streak was. Probably hasn't happened for 2 decades. That's just how good these Coach Urso sides have been. We've had losing streaks. I mean, we've had multiple playoff losses in a row as Garavito goes down swinging. 3rd strikeout for Gargett, and a very important one. 2 away, here comes Karstetter. So, statistical anomaly for Tampa losing a few games in a row, but it's not impossible, so you have to be careful. The Sharks are currently leading against the Mocs 5-4. They both have 8 conference losses on the season. That is the magic number, of course. Having 8 keeps you in co-conference title contention, should the Spartans sweep. And that is going to be ball 1 to Carstetter. The Sharks opened with a 4-run first inning, then gave up 4 in the bottom of the 4th, but had also scored in the top of the 4th. 2 outs, 2 on. Gargett to Carstetter. Ooh, nice front door slider. Strike 2. One more strike and Gargett will be done through 4. He's going to be on 80-plus pitches, so he might be done for the day after this inning. But if he's feeling up to it, you might as well send him back out for the 5th. Also depends on what the Tritons' offense does in the top of the 5th. Will the Spartans be scoreless? Not yet. Ball 1, missing away. Actually, I'm wrong. It was not 2 strikes. It was 1 strike. The first pitch was a ball, input in correctly. 2-1 now. Chop to third. They might get the force out at third, and yes, they'll do just that. Would have been a tricky play at first. Karstetter's fast, but thankfully, Shoemaker had Urso to his left, who was not going to beat him to the bag. A couple base runners for the Spartans, but Gargett gets out of the jam. We'll be back on the Sunshine State Conference Digital Network with more baseball. Skylar Gonzalez ready to continue with a brand new frame. Welcome back to Tampa Spartans TV. We've got 2 matchups for you today. This first one between the Spartans and Tritons has gone the way of Tampa, just like the one last night. But the Tritons have done a good job on offense. They've put 2 runs past Gonzalez on 7 hits. They'll be hoping for another strong inning here to keep things close. Due up, Escobar, Stark, Lyle, their heart of the order. Escobar has been busy behind home plate this weekend, and he'll take ball 1, fastball inside. Gonzalez on 68 pitches. This is number 70. And that will be dropping for a base hit. Would have been close. Williams not risking the dive. Leadoff single for the Tritons. Stark singled earlier, or doubled earlier. That was back in the first inning. But the Tritons couldn't convert with the runner in scoring position. That's going to be ball 1, missing for Stark. Swing and a miss, 1-1. Taking a look at the base stealing stats for Escobar this season, he has had 1 try, and he's been successful that 1 time. So, not sure if he would try again. They are holding Russo at first, just in case. Notice as well that Tampa has a shift in the infield as that's fouled away by Stark. 2 strikes. And now Urso is going to move all the way across, away from the third base bag. And I think he'll be back in our camera range as well. He's walking, he's walking, he's walking. Okay, he's just out of the camera frame still. But 1 and 2. That one's not headed to Urso or Saladino or an infielder. Caught in right field by Villegas. 1 away. And that's going to bring up Lyle with 1 out and 1 base runner. Gonzalez would love a double play. We'll see if he stays in the game for the 6th inning if he gets out of this one. He would be in line for the win. And again, Tampa might want to keep their starters healthy for the postseason. Obviously, that stretch throughout regional play and then in Cary, North Carolina is grueling for a pitching staff. Even one as deep as the Spartans as the count goes, 1-0. Garavito was surprised it wasn't strike 1. Fouled, 1-1. Lyle singled back in the 3rd inning. He now is having his 3rd at bat here in the 5th. Lined and over the head of Carstetter. Almost made a nice catch. He was playing a bit shallow. And unfortunately, that took him just out of range of the baseball. And I was wrong, that was Urso, not Carstetter. Carstetter is, of course, the DH today. 2 on, 1 away, still a double play opportunity potentially for the Spartans. Missing outside, ball 1. After Lyle, it's now Gelwick. Gelwick's had some hard-hit baseballs, but yet to get a hit today. Swing and a miss, 1-1. Runners go. Throw to second, and they don't get the out at third. He swam past the tag. Nice job by Lyle to complete the double steal. They saw Gonzalez was slightly slow in his windup, so they said, hey, why not try a double steal? 2-1, and that also ends the double play threat. That's going to be hit to second. It'll score a run, 2 away, and the score is now 8-3. And that's why you do the double steal. If there were runners at first and second, that's a 4-6-3 to get out of the inning. Still a runner at third. Gelwick gets the RBI. And now here comes Jones to try to extend the Tritons' scoring and put it back even closer. First pitch from Skylar Gonzalez. Lined up the middle. Maddox King will not make the diving catch. Probably will be extra bases. Jones will settle at second. Standing double. It's 8-4. And that is a 2-run inning for the Tritons. And it is not over just yet. Here comes Shoemaker with a man in scoring position. Good attempt there by Maddox King. Just right behind the baseball. Gonzalez looking for that final out. His pitch count closer to 80 now, so That might see him out of the game after 5 innings. Could see him back in the 6th. He wouldn't be in line for a quality start. There's strike 1. But he would still be in line for the win. Eckerd now have 10 hits in the game compared to just 7 for the Spartans. Conversely, though, Tampa's had 5 walks and I think 2 hit by pitches. There have been no such free passes for the Tritons. 2 strikes now. Changeup gets a big swing and a miss from Shoemaker. Hit foul. Will that clear the fence? Maybe. That went deep behind the Eckerd dugout. There is a 100-foot net around the stadium that usually gets in the way of foul balls. And keeps home runs in the park. That one won't be a home run. Woodburn, just enough time, and the side is retired. 3 hits, 2 runs for the Tritons. Tampa still leads 8-4. Due up for the Spartans is Russo, King, and Williams. We'll be right back. And we are ready to go for a brand new inning of Spartans baseball. 8-4 lead for Tampa. The Tritons put up 2 in the top of the 4th, or top of the 5th. They are keeping up with the Spartans today on offense. 10 hits compared to the Spartans with 7. And Gargett is back for the 5th inning.
He's got to certainly be credited with an Ironman outing with a number of pitches. I think you said he had 80 pitches.
I think
near
so.
that point last inning.
Will certainly hit that total here. Definitely call it a quantity start. And it's good to keep the Eckerd bullpen healthy. Allows the Tritons, maybe if they want to for Game 3, to have an aggressive bullpen game.
Gonzalez actually already has 82 pitches.
I imagine that Tampa might go to the bullpen after that inning for Gonzalez. Gonzalez no longer in line for the quality start. So, could go to the high leverage arms here. Also depends on what happens, though, for the Spartans offense. How well do they respond after the 2 runs and 3 hits? Cole Russo will get us started. First pitch from Gargett. Ball 1. Good day so far for Russo and the Spartans. And it'll be 2-0. This will be pitch number 85 from Gargett. 3-0, almost hitting Russo, having to duck out of the way.
Wow. Showed his flexibility there.
King on deck, and then it's the top of the Spartans' order. There is some action in the Eckerd bullpen, but given that it's the 5th inning, might not need to go to the starter for Norwood and just go to a different bullpen guy. That one had a lot of late breaks, strike 1. Really nice day at U Tampa, looking at the skyline across the campus.
It's up to 89.
It is.
Yep.
But the real feel is up a little bit more as well. Down the line and foul. The count goes full. Three strikeouts, 5 walks for Gargett. Will he get a 6th or a 4th on this very next offering? The payoff pitch. Ball 4 might have grazed Russo as well. Either way, he'll take first. And it's a leadoff base runner for the Spartans. Here comes Maddox King to the plate for you, Tampa. The sophomore is also one of the people that won't get honored here on Senior Day, as he's got a Spartans career still to finish up over these next few seasons. Only Woodburn and King would be players that return to the team in terms of eligibility, I believe, compared to most of the Spartans lineup. I imagine, though, Tampa's going to be able to find plenty of D1 and maybe even JUCO transfers alongside some fresh recruits from Tampa and Florida to join the Spartans, as that'll bring the runner to second. A wild pitch that went all the way behind Maddox King. That's strike one if King's a left-handed batter. Has landed in the opposite empty batter's box. King's a righty, though, so that was very far outside. Let's see if Gargett finds the zone here, 1-0. Fell behind early, and he'll take his time out.
Pitch clock was down to 4.
You get one chance per at bat to have that timeout, I believe. Unless you do a pickoff throw.
Oh.
And he plunks him.
Wow.
Third hit by pitch of the day. Even though we're conference rivals, there's definitely no bad blood or tensions on those. It's just missed command and him being on about 90 pitches.
I'm surprised. I was going to say I'm surprised they're letting him stay out there, and that may end the day.
Yeah, they're not giving him any more wiggle room. He'll be done after 4.0 innings. A walk and a hit by pitch.
Well, yeah, you could just tell. I mean, he struggled the whole day, but this time to start out the inning was just an even greater struggle.
You know, he battled well, and it can be very demoralizing to give up that 6-run second inning, but he went back out there for the third, fourth, and fifth innings. He's responsible for both base runners, but it's the longest Triton outing a pitcher has had, and his teammates giving him some props. Call to the pen. It's going to be Norwood when we come back on TampaSpartans.tv. And welcome back to you, Tampa. Norwood will take the mound for Eckerd. He's been their most active starter this season. 10 starts, a 1-4 record, 22 strikeouts to 9 walks over 38 innings. And that is the big stat line for him. The best command, apart from Daryl Edens, for this rotation. I imagine Edens gets a call for Game 3 on the mound.
Yeah, I was just kind of wondering why he would come in. Your starter who's thrown the most has the most starts would come in middle relief.
And this is his first bullpen appearance of the year. Now, it does depend. Maybe he's been more of an opener for the Tritons this season.
Maybe so, yeah.
In which case that would make more sense. But it is the junior, previously at Flagler, from Tarpon Springs, taking the mound. He was also at Hillsborough Community College, too. But yeah, no, looking at his outings, he goes the distance usually.
Does he? He's got a lot
Last
of
time out
innings.
against Rollins, he didn't have a great day. 8 runs and 2/3 of an inning. But previously had 6 innings with 4 runs allowed against Florida Tech. Had the win. I don't think he had the winning. Actually, he might have had the winning decision. No. He's had a couple games where he's won, so not sure if he had the winning decision or not. But either way, good outing against Florida Tech. Only 3 runs given up against Palm Beach Atlantic. His best start came back against Albany State. Struck out 6 over 5 innings. Close play at first. Williams is out. He'll advance the runners with a sacrifice bunt.
Even a sac bunt is an exciting play for Jordan Williams.
Certainly is. Norwood was able to get to it in time.
Now, just by the fact that he bunted down the first baseline and didn't put it really down the line, he was just bunting to move the runners. Earlier in the game, leadoff, he put it nicely down third base and pretty close to the line. It stayed on the grass, not the dirt, but just the way he put it and how hard he hit it told you that was a bunt single.
Saladino down the line. If that's fair, that is gone, and it is foul. It also did not go yard. That one bounced over the wall, too.
Yeah, it was about 3 feet foul and about 3 feet short of the wall.
Landed in foul territory, then took a little bounce and landed behind the wall, so that'll be out there for a fan souvenir, I believe.
Ooh, I got the last one. I wonder if I should go back.
Maybe. I might go back out there, too.
Okay.
I have to wait a full inning, though.
Yeah, I waited, and it was still there.
Probably is kind of hidden out of plain sight. Triton's defense playing in. Saladino floats that the other way. His first ball went to the corner foul. Now hits the opposite corner foul.
About 3 feet foul down the left field line.
Would have cleared the bases both times. It's still now 0-2. Now he's gone to both corners. Surely this one goes up the middle.
Up the middle, over the head. They are playing in, so they're still on the assumption this is a tight game.
Tipped foul, still 0-2.
And you got to like that after yesterday's 27-1 game, that we are halfway through this game and it's still in the balance.
Yeah, definitely prefer competitive matchups. Obviously, you want the Spartans to win, but, you know, it's exciting when both teams are going back and forth as the count goes 1-2.
I'll be honest with you, when it was 8-1, Eckerd could have said, "Here we go again." And they didn't.
Down the line, foul from Saladino, just a few feet to the left of the first base. Still 2 on, still 1 away. The Tritons will conclude their regular season with a homestand against St. Leo and a road trip to Embry-Riddle. Tampa concludes on the road against Barry and St. Leo. Inside, no, that clipped him. That clipped his elbow. Bases loaded, 1 away. Here comes J.D. Urso. The table set. Can he and Woodburn clean it up? First time Saladino gets on board today. He was 0 for 3 entering the at-bat. Urso has gone on board a few times today. He also had a hit earlier. Down the line, will that drop?
Yes.
Yes, it slips by. Garrido on an awkward hop and rolls to the wall. It'll clear the bases as Urso's thinking 3. Standing triple, J.D. Urso makes it 11-4 Spartans. Garrido was closing in, and in that play you have to try to make the catch.
Yeah,
keep it a
just
close
a bad
game.
bounce.
But it slipped under his glove and rolled behind him. We saw Karstetter make it home on a similar play earlier this season. But this time around, it's just a triple, and Urso remains in scoring position for Braden Woodburn.
It's kind of like when you play tennis. It's the short hop versus the long hop, and that was such a short hop. It really was just a split-second decision on whether it was going to make it in the mitt, and it went under.
So Urso picks up his 47th RBI of the season. He leads the way by double digits for Tampa. Second on the Spartans is Williams, followed by Karstetter for RBIs. Urso doesn't lead the way for most runs scored as a player. That's Jordan Williams with 50. But Urso might be coming home for a 45th time this season. That's going to land right at the edge of foul territory and drops for a base hit. It's a double for Woodburn. He might think 3. No, he'll settle for a standing double. It's now 12-4 Spartans. Jones, Garrido, and Lyle couldn't track it down. It landed in the middle of all 3 of them.
That one just had just enough out of the reach of 3 players. All within probably 2 feet of making the catch, but it just came down.
By the way, those 2 plays officially mean that Gargett's line score is secure. He has no more inherited runners. Norwood's also now responsible for 2 earned runs at the moment. But he'll be trying to get out number 2 against Villegas, who steps to the plate. Ball 1, missing outside. Ninth hit of the day for the Spartans. They still have 1 less hit than the Tritons. 1-1. Slider hits the zone. Up the middle. That'll bring the runner to third, but also put the second out on the board. Almost dropped by Lyle. He picks it up 2 away.
By the way, the leadoff walk did come around and score.
As it ought to. 4 runs came home for the Spartans. You'd assume that the walk would, but there was a chance that it maybe was sacrificed or out on a fielder's choice. I'm pretty sure it scored on the bases clearing triple.
You look at how the Spartans have scored this inning. A walk to Russo, went to second on a wild pitch. Williams grounded out with a sac bunt. Saladino hit by a pitch. So there's 3 guys on, 2 hit by pitches and a walk. Loaded the bases for a triple.
2-0 now. That misses down low from Norwood to Garavito. And it's the triple and double back-to-back to bring home all 4 runs. Woodburn's 90 feet away. Garavito hit brings him home. It's now 2-1. Today, with runners in scoring position, Tampa is 5 for 13.
That's a good stat.
They're
about,
6 for 15.
380?
385. Will this be another hit? No, it's foul. Good news for Garavito. He probably would have been out at first. 1 more strike, and Norwood is able to get out of the inning. He's definitely in it for the long haul. I'd imagine that he's going to have sort of a semi-start here. And that's going to be hit right to right, and Garrido's there. So Tampa score 4 times on 2 hits, 2 hit by pitches. And they are back in front by an 8-run margin. We'll be back on TampaSpartans.tv. It's a busy week for Spartan sports. Notably, the Sunshine State Conference Men's Lacrosse Tournament underway. And Tampa, I believe, has won their game 11-5 at the Namoli Family Intramural Complex. Maybe you're tuning in from that game. Welcome to Tampa Spartans TV for Tampa Baseball. Now on the mound is going to be the number 40. It is Braden Heidel taking the mound for the Spartans.
You want me to get you the stats on him? Has a 6.0 ERA, no decisions yet this year. This is appearance number 3 3 innings pitched, 5 hits, 2 runs, both earned, struck out 2, walked none. They're batting .357 against him.
He was a senior at St. Leo last season. Only had 4 appearances with a .229 ERA. I think it was an injury that took him out of contention for most of the season, enjoying his graduate season here at UTampa, staying local, staying in the Tampa area. The former Steinbrenner product has showcased some solid stuff this season, and I know he's might be a big piece come postseason time for the Spartans.
Yep.
They'll get a chance here in the top of the 6th, and he's got a couple extra runs to support. Let's give you the final line score for Skylar Gonzalez. 10 hits, 4 runs, 2 strikeouts. No walks. Command has been great for the Spartans all weekend long. And while there were a few runs to come home against Skylar, he's still in line for the win comfortably, thanks to the offense responding with some big performances. Strike 1.
Well, you look at what they did for Skylar. He went down 1-0 early in this game in the top of the 2nd, so his team rallied for 6 in the bottom of the inning. They cut it to an 8-4 game, tighten it up a little bit, and the Spartans come up with 4 more.
That makes life easy when your team is able to respond that quickly. Let's see if the Trains can keep the offense going. Bazidlo leads off. And he'll get ahead 2-1. Fastball missing low from Hadel. Hit to second. Woodburn's there. That's the first out of the inning. It's 8-9-1 due up, and Alzate, who had an RBI earlier, gets another chance. Been a good weekend for the freshman. He's hitting .245 entering today. .365 on base, .377 slugging. Getting some late season starts here for his freshman year. Ball 1. And you can tell that Heidel's got that pronounced over-the-top motion. His fastballs carry a lot of momentum downward. Strike 1.
He's a big kid, too, coming in at 6'4", 185.
Notably as well, when you carry that height and that level of release, curveballs are absolutely wicked.
Yeah.
Because, you know, they carry a lot of downward break, and if you're already looking kind of downward for a fastball, easy to swing all the way on top of the slow one.
Something, I think Garavito's got something in his eye.
Yeah, or something.
So
Maybe a little
stopped.
turf or something got kicked up.
The
Trainer.
field turf the Spartans play on is actually kind of the blades of grass are supported by little tiny black dots that get mixed into the field, and they tend to fly up. You know, ball gets thrown in the dirt, kicks a couple up. Runner, anything could shoot a couple of those up into the air.
Good to see Garavito's all right.
Yeah, I wouldn't call them BBs, but they're smaller than that, and they're softer.
It was either that or maybe he was suffering from a dry eye or something. Got some eye drops there as the count goes. 2-1. Might be actually, no, but it's 2-1. I was thinking about the previous at-bat, which ended around 2-1. And that's ball 4. Or no, ball 3. He took the motion like he was about to go to first, so that's what confused me. But Heidel still has one more ball to potentially give in this at-bat. And it hits the zone. 3-2, full count to Alzate. Top of the order on deck for the Tritons. Will they get a base runner alongside it? It is Garrido due up. Fouled. Bullpen empty for the Tritons, so unsurprisingly, Nathan Norwood likely going to have a prolonged appearance in the game. Prolonged at bat here. That one's fouled away. And right by the picnic tables, over behind, right by the Spartan dugout. That's where Spartan fans usually can take cover in the shade. Sometimes students even come over to check out the games or even do some work at the games.
Pack a lunch, bring it with you.
Strike 3, got him looking.
Nice job. He went to that 3-2 count and then did nothing but throw darts. A couple fouled off and then got the strike 3 call.
2 away now for Heidel. Looking for a 1-2-3 inning. Garrido. Fielder's choice back in the second, 2 outs as well. He is 0 for 3. Slider missing inside, ball 1. Spartans were scoreless in the first and the fourth. Wonder how they will do in the bottom of the 6th. As the count goes 2-0. Garavito couldn't frame that cleanly. Hit sharply to third. Easy play for Urso, and the side is retired. 1, 2, 3 for Heidel. He'll likely have a multi-inning outing from the bullpen. We'll probably see him for the top of the 7th, and we'll see you for the bottom of the 6th. Due up for you, Tampa. It's going to be Carstetter, Russo, and King. Norwood ready to continue as we get underway. The Tritons infield ready to go. Carstetter leading off for the Spartans. A good day for Carstetter. Had a triple and a fielder's choice RBI. He's 1 for 3 as he also had a second fielder's choice.
You know, we should bring this up while I have it on my mind. You're talking about the great day Carstetter had. He's not the leading hitter on this team. Ryan Stefiuk has 1,000% batting average right now.
Certainly is, and it was in the game yesterday that Stefiuk had a chance plate appearance.
He's a pitcher, by the way, for the Spartans, relief pitcher.
Yep, one of our high leverage arms, too.
Yeah.
He was asking for a chance. He was actually going to last season during a big Spartan win, but he was in the on-deck circle and just didn't get the opportunity.
And I went and talked to him, and he said they were lobbying for him, Jose and Sam. Like, you got to give him a chance. I think it was, 22-1 or nothing at the time?
It's 26-1.
26? Okay.
Stefiuk would score the 27th and final run of the game as Carstetter is going to head to second. He is
safe.
Safe as he kicks the ball out from the shortstop by accident. He'll end up with a standing double, triple, single. I don't know how that's going to be scored. Either way, he ends at third base.
I'm not sure if he would have been out at second or not, but by the ball bouncing away, it gave him a chance to get to third.
Kind of a Sergio Ramos as slide, knocked the ball free, and now giving Russo a chance at an RBI.
Yeah. But anyway, Stefiuk came up, and he had been lobbying Joe, and the coaches had been lobbying Joe. And he said, the precedent was set for Carson Queso last year, who got a base hit and a single in his one appearance, and he almost hit it out.
He almost took it all the way to the wall, about 370 feet. He would get to second and then later scored in the inning.
And he said he was so nervous because he thought he might have had a homer. He said, I almost forgot to step on first base.
Yes.
Because I was thinking double.
It was rounding the bases and almost missed first.
And he also told me this. He was told the catcher, he said, now be nice to me, have him throw a fastball. And the catcher said, sure.
Yeah.
It was 26-1 at the time, so
Safe to say, Steph, you could also keep up with the Heat.
they grooved it. But he said he played. He was the main pitcher in high school, and he said, but I also played first base. So he said, I got a lot of at bats. I was a decent hitter.
Russo fouls this one away. It's 1-1.
But he said the trailblazer, Carson Queso, set it up for him.
Wonder if any other Spartan pitchers will eventually follow in their footsteps. Tampa doesn't have a large enough lead to do that today, but
no.
There is a chance later this season, later next season.
Put up an 8 spot here. You might see one next inning.
Maybe. Tampa's already set the table with a runner at third. Two and 1 count. 4-1 to Russo. And it is a 0-out walk to put 2 aboard for Jordan Williams, who's on deck for Maddox King. Williams was quickly out there to get the bat from Russo.
That's the 3rd walk for Russo today. Every time he's been up, he's scored 2 walks and a double. Got an RBI with a double as well.
That's a good track record. Tampa might be en route for another 2-run inning. If this was game 2, there'd be a chance to take us to Last Chance Saloon if Tampa went up by 10. But it's only game 2 that has the run-ahead rule, as that goes right back to the pitcher. Foul ball that literally ricocheted off the pole back onto the field.
He tossed it aside anyway.
Might as well get a new one. But, yeah, normally the run-ahead rule is only utilized for Tampa softball. None of the games this weekend against Eckerd, I believe, are going to go to that, as that's going to miss outside.
Run ahead apply to every game in softball?
Yes.
Okay.
Because currently Tampa's top of the 9th, and it's a close one, 2-2, with the Tritons and Spartans. The Tritons won game 1 on Friday. Tampa softball had a 25-game win streak earlier this season. Team record. Wonder if that surpasses Tampa baseball's best win streak.
I would say yes. I know last year they opened up the season 16-0.
Believe so. It was a dominant start.
Which was the best start ever.
That's going to miss inside, 2-1. Tampa's looking to carry a strong win streak into the tournament. They've won 12 in a row here.
Yep.
They could hit 20 in a row if they win out rest of the season. That's not impossible, but keep in mind on the road, Tampa for the year is 12-5. That is caught in left field. Will score a run. Russo headed back to first. He'll be safe. Almost got doubled up there. Good catch by Gelwick. It almost got over his head. King gets an RBI. It's a 9-run Spartans.
We used to call that a helicopter catch because I think he did at least a 720 before he caught that one. Spun around, then realized he had to spin around again to get back to where he needed to be.
Key thing, he ended up with a baseball.
He caught the ball, though.
1 out, 1 aboard, double play opportunity for the Tritons defense. Just depends on how fast Williams runs. Corner playing in, they are expecting him to bunt it. He'll take strike 1. Not a prime base stealing opportunity for Williams if he gets aboard. Russo's at first. He would need to get to third or even further to open the door for Williams to tie the all-time second-place conference record. The conference record at 96 is probably out of reach, even with about 10 to 15 games potentially left with the postseason. He'd need to average 2 per game rest of the way.
He has had at least 1, I think 2, 5-steal games. Now, you said the conference record 96, but that is not the D2 record with 97?
Yes, 97. I was looking it up a little bit earlier because I was guessing, Williams has got to be somewhat close.
Yeah.
He is close to second all-time in the conference table. First, a bit more comfortable in the lead. 3-1 for Williams. Might be 2-2. Yes, it is 2-2. The first pitch was a strike. I don't know how they missed it. Because Williams missed it too. He saw it go on the edge of the plate. And he'll miss this one. Swing and a miss. 2 away.
You look at that 96 steals. I mean, that you have to get on a lot, obviously. but you have to get on a lot with a free base in front of you as well. And oftentimes Williams gets on base, but if he doesn't lead off an inning, more than likely somebody's on base ahead of him.
Yeah, there probably is someone there, given how strong this offense is. Popped up and foul by Saladino. Tampa scored one. They'd like to score another. Russo will be going on anything, so a very hard hit ball could bring him home from first. A lot easier said than done, though. Ball one. Norwood continuing on the mound. He's got the green light probably to go almost the rest of the distance. This would be his only appearance of the weekend, so, if he's filling up for it, let him go as long as he can. 2-1 to Saladino. Heart of the order coming up for the Spartans. That's going to miss outside, ball 3. Ball 4. 5-pitch walk for Saladino. And that'll bring up J.D. Urso. Don't know if Tampa would elect to go to some bench bats soon.
I think we're an inning away from that.
Yeah. Maybe they go up by 10 first before they do.
At least the 7th. 8th inning, if they're still in this situation, yes.
The Tritons have shown they can score, though, so that's probably why Urso's been hesitant.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes in a scoreline like this late, they will. Sometimes after 3 at-bats, they will, but Urso wants a more comfortable margin.
And it's only the 6th.
The Tritons have had 10 hits in that span so far, so you definitely don't blame Urso.
They've out-hit Tampa.
Yeah, that's the funny thing. They've still out-hit the Spartans, although they're actually now equal. It's 10 hits each, thanks to that double from Karstetter.
Right.
They just haven't recorded it on the main scoreboard at the stadium. This one is not going to be a hit. They'll get the force at second to end the inning. So, Norwood does give up a run, but he's able to leave 2 on the base path as the side is retired. 9-run lead for the Spartans, right to the top of the 7th.
We head to the top of the 7th inning. Jack Ike back behind the mic as the Spartans lead 13-4. As Eckerd is attempted to keep this one close, but the Spartans then broke it open with 4 in the 5th, 1 more in the 6th after they had seen their lead cut to 8-4. Heidel on the mound for the Spartans. This will be inning number 2 for him. He pitched 11 pitches, faced just 3 batters, got a strikeout. And we'll see how he does here in the 7th. Kind of the norm for Tampa is they have more runs than hits, as this team draws a lot of walks. They've had a lot of hit batsmen, and this is just typical of a game, not just today. And they then make you pay for it. So you put runners on first and second, a couple times bases loaded. All you have to do is get a single. One inning earlier today, it was a walk, a hit batter, and a walk, and then a triple. And it cleared the bases, obviously. There's a one hopper to Garavito. His counterpart at the plate, Escobar. 3 at-bats today, has grounded out, flew out, and got a base hit and scored. Heidel fires. Fly ball. Is it stay fair? Russo into foul territory, but looking, and he makes the catch. So a quick out. Brings Stark to the plate. And he has got a 1-for-3 day, doubled back in the first inning. On a heads-up play, alertly went to second when the ball just kind of bounded in front of some players and just kind of took its time getting out to the outfielders. He was stranded at second, though, after that. Oh, 1 pitch. Again in the dirt. 1-1. Way outside, ball 3, strike 1. Three-one on the way. Walked him. So a one-out walk will bring Lyle to the plate. Just got a text from my sister who lives in Green Bay, Wisconsin. She and her husband, my brother-in-law, are back at the draft. They went last night. They avoided the place Thursday night when they were reporting about 250,000 people converged on the draft near Lambeau Field. Yesterday, a lot more room to walk around, and they said they were even then given special lanyards to go up into that front section, the ones where they make it on TV all the time. They do have an interest in the NFL. Their 2 sons, one is a scout with the Colts, and one is a scout with the Raiders. So they're very involved in what's going on in the NFL. I was glad to see the weather cooperated in Green Bay. You never know this time of year up there. 1-1 with 1 out. Back to baseball. Just missing. 2-1. Heidel in the stretch. Lead off first. Missing outside. 3-1. You want to throw strikes. He did that in his first inning of relief. Just want to get this game over. And he walked him. Back-to-back walks with 1 out. And J.D. Urso wants a little conference on the mound. Basically saying, trust us. Let him hit it to us. So J.D. back to third. At the plate now is Gelwick, the left fielder. Runners at first and second. First pitch missing there. Ball 1. Gelwick 0 for 3 today, though he did get an RBI on a ground out to second base his last at bat. That one just missing low. Ball 2. And a quick mound visit coming up from Sam Militello. Pep talk time. This is the first game of a doubleheader. Second game scheduled for 4. That's not going to happen. They need about 30 to 40 minutes between games. And we've still got 2 innings to go here. And it's 3:25. Gary Parrish with the mound visit. Offers his advice and says, let's break it up, get going. It is senior day on campus, so between games, as part of that 30 to 40 some minutes between games, they will be honoring all the seniors, and there's a big list. They all get walked out onto the field. Their friends or their family anyway go out with them. They get a portrait, photo opportunity. Mound visit is over. Gelwick back in with 2 balls, no strikes. 2 on, 1 out. Missing ball 3, no strikes. So Heidel, strong in his first inning in relief, then got a foul out on the first batter and went 3-0 here after walking 2, now gets a strike. Ground ball right back to Heidel. He's going to get 1 on the force out at third to J.D. Urso. Actually, J.D. with a nice scoop out of the dirt on that one to get the force. So 2 outs now, runners at first and second. Heidel, nice job fielding his position there. And we'll bring Dylan Jones to the plate. He grounds one, fielded by Russo. He's going to underhand it to Heidel, gets the 3rd out. So after all that, nothing happens. And we've played 6.5. It's time to stretch here in Tampa. Tampa on top 13-4. You're watching on the Sunshine State Digital Network. Okay, stretch time over. We get ready for the bottom of the 7th. I'm actually going to stand up for a second. Spartans on top 13-4. Braden Woodburn will be leading off for Tampa. Norwood back on the mound. This will be his 3rd inning of relief. A hot one here in Tampa for late April. 89 degrees. Not much of a breeze either. Norwood fires. Woodburn waits. Woodburn fouls it off. This is his 5th plate appearance today. Walked, doubled, drove in 2, hit by a pitch, another double, drove in a run. So he's reached every time, 2 officially. And when he does get on officially, they're doubles. Tried to check his swing, fouled it off. Strike 2 is the call. And the 1-2 pitch. Outside, 2-2. Little bit low. Escobar tried to frame it, didn't get the call. 3-2. Full count pitch. Off speed, fouled it off. Again, the payoff, that one's high, inside, ball 4. So a third trip to first base for an unofficial at-bat. He's walked twice, got hit by a pitch. Officially, he's doubled twice, so on base 5 times today. Brings Villegas to the plate. Got a base hit back in the second. Since then has flown out to left field twice and grounded out to second. Norwood, into his 3rd inning of pitching, has already thrown 44 pitches. That one is ripped into left center. Does it fall? It's going to one hop to the wall. Heading to third, Joe Urso points Woodburn home. He will score. It's going to be a 14-4 Tampa lead and a stand-up double for Villegas. That one knew right where to go. Center fielder wasn't going to get it. Right field wasn't, and it one hop to the wall. Spartans up 10 for the first time today. Garavito to the plate now. Looking for his first hit of the day. Walked and flown out twice, struck out once. First pitch is a strike. Nobody out, man on second. 14-4 now, Tampa on top. Off speed, swing and a miss. So Taylor, I have to mention, it was a leadoff walk that just scored.
I think it's happened about 66% of the time today that they've scored.
Yeah, I'd say today we might be accurate. But we've said this for a number of years now. You give the Spartans free passes or help them get on base, you'll pay the price. Off speed, fouled off. Just you look at the fact that Spartans have scored 41 runs so far this weekend. No home runs, but about 20 plus walks. A whole bunch of hit batters. Not many errors. I don't think either team. One error for Eckerd today. I think that was trying to get the force out at second that bounced away. 2-2. Swing and a miss. Nope, fouled it off. It's always nice to see other Spartan coaches coming out supporting the teams. We see that no matter what sport we cover. Tom Jesse, women's basketball coach, here today. There's a ball fouled off. Talked to him for a couple seconds. I said, by the way, your wife and I now follow each other on Twitter. And he says, let me apologize in advance. He said, because she'll out-tweet you. By the way, their daughter, Rudy, now has her learner's permit, I found out. Freshman high school basketball player, was named the county player of the year this year for girls basketball. I can't remember the high school. And it actually may have been Polk County. In the dirt and a walk. So not a great recipe for pitching success. A walk, a double, and a walk. Nobody throwing, so Norwood, ball still in your glove. And now a slow visit to the mound, but like I said, nobody has been throwing unless he was throwing and is already warmed up. As the former San Diego Padres announcer once said, that a pitcher was throwing up in the bullpen.
Hopefully they can clean it up.
Jerry Coleman once said he slides into second with a stand-up double. And then the other classic of his I remember is a pitcher came in, and then they brought in a pinch hitter. So they moved the pitcher to right field for a batter, and then after that batter was done, they put him back on the mound, and he said that so-and-so was back relieving himself on the mound. I think I tell this every year, and you laugh every year for me, courtesy laugh.
At least one of the ones I laugh at. I'm trying to remember which ones you tell all the time. You did a lot of them rapid fire back-to-back just now.
Yes. So Norwood will stay on the mound, and still nobody throwing, though. They might have just said, come on, let's get it through this inning and next inning, and we'll take him on in the third game. Carstetter to the plate. Fouls it off. Fielder's choice in the second, a triple in the third, and he scored. Another fielder's choice, and then a double. So a 2-for-4 day going. But he hits the ball every time.
It's basically, if it's hit to a fielder, so like, you decide to take it out elsewhere instead of the out at first. So it's like, if Carstetter hit it to third, the guy takes the force, but can't get
Carstetter digs in again.
because he reaches safely.
Strike call. Good job by Escobar to frame that one.
If there's 2 outs when that happens, it's just a normal ground out. Because that's the inning.
And the pitch. Outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Now, Taylor, if this were the nightcap, 14-4, once we get through with 7, if it's a 10-run lead, it's over, right? Correct?
Did they just score this inning?
Yes.
That would have been the sayonara hit.
Would have stopped.
That
Okay.
would have been the walk-off.
Okay. Sack fly, sliding into third, so now 1 out, man on third. So if you're in the 7th and you get the 10 runs, it's over.
Yep. And if they were up by this entering the top of the 7th, Eckerd would need to score.
Need to
stay in
score,
the game.
and then Tampa wouldn't have to bat.
Exactly.
Okay.
For softball, it's 5 innings after the cutoff for the run-ahead rule.
Okay.
We've seen it, I think, once this year for baseball. Had another chance for it, but Tampa conceded 6th in an inning to make the game a lot closer.
Russo fouls that one off. Russo at the plate. Maddox King on deck. Stopped play for a second as that foul ball went actually back onto the playing surface, so they had to wait for a Tampa player to go get it down the left field line. The pitch. Russo looks at one, stays a little bit low. He has gotten on base 4 times today, 3 with walks. 2 of the walks he scored. He also had a double which drove in an RBI, and he scored. His last time up in the 6th, he doubled, got to 3rd, and that's where he stayed. Runners on the corners. Missing with that one. So now 3-1. He's already walked 3 times today. Make it 4 walks. I hope he doesn't take this personally, but he's been walked 4 times today. And you, Taylor, were asking about when Joe might start to deploy different players. Right now.
Yeah, they've got Drake Harmon ready to go at the plate here. And it looks like Dennis McCaffrey maybe off the bench on deck.
So, making the official scorecard with the home plate umpire.
Tampa record for walks in a game is 5. Nunez did it against Arkansas Tech. Jose Jimenez against Rollins. Todd Stetson against the American International. And Russo's just picked up his 4th.
It would take a few things going on for him to bat again in this game. That one's down the line. Fair ball. That's a fair ball. That'll bring 2 in. Heading to 3rd. Runners will be at 2nd and 3rd on a 2-run double, and it's now 16-4. So Harmon acquits himself very well in the pinch hit role. And that'll be the end of the day for Norwood.
Harmon's 3rd RBI of his Spartans career and his 2nd hit of his career. Yesterday he had his first Spartan hit,
That's
I believe.
right.
It was him or McCaffrey. Actually, they both got
Harmon,
there.
I believe. I remember hearing you.
Yeah. Either way, they did save the baseball from that previous one. I don't think they'll save this one, but
No.
good first extra base hit for Harmon.
We are going to have a pitching change. We'll catch you up, and it looks like a parade of pinch hitters coming up as well. We'll take a break. You're watching on TampaSpartans.tv. That's before they get going. So the relief pitcher is in, the 3rd pitcher of the day for Eckerd. Spartans now leading 16-4. And the new pitcher is going to be number 16, McCaffrey, which doesn't, no, that's the Tampa batter. This new pinch hitter will be number 20. The new pitcher will be Tyler Altenbaumer, a righty from 5'9", 180 from St. Joseph, Illinois. First batter he faces will be number 16, McCaffrey. And as I said, we're going to start to see a parade of pinch hitters and position changes. McCaffrey waiting to come to the plate. For the season, McCaffrey, 250 batting average. Has 4 at-bats. 1 hit. And he's ready to face Alan Baumer, I should say. Runners at second and third, 1 out, and McCaffrey waits. Taps it. It's going to be a fair ball. This could be a tough play. The throw to first. He didn't. Oh, I didn't think he had his foot on the base. They called him out. The first baseman didn't have his foot on the base and then made the catch and quickly tapped the base to get the out.
Good reaction there by Lyle just to get back there in time.
Another pinch hitter is Graham now to the plate. First pitch is a called strike. Graham is a freshman from Tampa, Florida, went to Gaither High School. Ball outside. Graham, 286 hitter on the year, 18 games he's appeared in, is 4 for 14 on the season. Scored 7 times. So when he gets on base, things happen. There's a little ground ball fielded by the first baseman. Shuffles it over to the pitcher. Alan Baumer steps on the base, ends the inning. So the Spartans, though, pick up a couple, 3 more, and have upped the lead to 16-4. And we'll head to the top of the 8th right here on TampaSpartans.tv. .24.
Got it. Satin.
Got him? Can you get some numbers on him then?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Top of the 8th inning we go. 16-4. Tampa on top. A new pitcher coming in for Tampa. Satin coming onto the mound. Robert Satin, a lefty freshman from Tampa, Florida. Went to Plant High School. Actually went to University of Florida, but still a freshman. By the way, between games, it's going to be senior day, and so we'll have a ceremony out there, which we will bring right to you.
Definitely want to stick around because you have a ton of seniors to honor, from transfers to Spartan legends. By the way, Satin this season's had a couple starts. He's sometimes been a midweek guy.
He's been that Tuesday starter or Monday, Tuesday starter when you'll see that earlier in the season.
And he'll get a chance here out of the bullpen. 3.38 ERA, 32 strikeouts over 26 innings. Very good stuff. Has the second weakest average against, though, for the Spartans team. 3.06 average against. So maybe a little bit unlucky with balls in play.
Shoemaker now to the plate, and the first pitch from Satin is a strike. Spartans have a whole bunch of changes going on. It's Satin on the mound. Garavito's still behind the plate. Russo and Woodburn still on the right side of the infield. But now Turer and Graham are third and short. Harmon, McCaffrey are left and center. Villegas stays in right. Though expect more pinch hitters. The only one who is in the lineup who did not pinch hit is Turer, who's gone to third. McCaffrey, Harmon came in as pinch hitters, and Graham, and a strikeout.
Unsurprisingly, seeing a lot of the changes on defense for the Spartans, but also look to the future sometimes for you, Tampa. Notably, Graham and Turer, both underclassmen. That could be an infield duo long term at second and short or third and short, anywhere across the diamond.
Definitely. Tap foul. Bazidio to the plate. Bazidlo. I keep trying to make that an I. Bazidlo to the plate. Swing and a miss. Fastball. Taps it foul, stays alive. 0-2.
Zidlo started by opening the scoring, but hasn't gone on board since.
Fouled off again. And the 0-2 again. Fouled off. We'll do it a third time. Satin choosing to pitch out of the stretch, even though no one's on base. Ready and fires. Inside, 1-2.
I know for some pitchers as well, the stretch is just the more comfortable way to throw, and kind of makes sense.
You only have to worry about one type of delivery.
Exactly. And the more comfortable you are in your mechanics, the better you'll do.
Got the swing and a miss on the strikeout. I don't know if there's ever been any research done about, do you pitch faster? Can you throw harder out of a windup than a stretch or not?
I think it depends on the motion, the physique of the player. It's also about the leg movement too, so if you get set back a little bit, it helps, but don't always think so.
Alzade to the plate now. Two outs here in the top of the eighth. Strike call, 1-1. If things continue the way they are, the Spartans will get one more at bat in the bottom of the eighth, and Eckerd will get one more at bat in the top of the ninth. Ground ball heading out to Graham. Fields it, guns it, one hopper to Russo, and he makes a nice stop to end the inning. Russo showing some Gold Glove caliber credentials there. And we will head to the bottom of the eighth. The Spartans will send up Turer, Woodburn, Villegas, right here on TampaSpartans.tv. Bottom of the 8th, 16-4, Tampa on top. Alan Baumer on the mound for Eckerd. Jake Turr will come to the plate for Tampa.
Did a great job to get out of the previous inning against the Spartans. Tampa did put up 3 runs there. See if the players off the bench can do the same. Remember, they put 8 runs up on the 4th inning yesterday when it was a full new 9-man lineup.
Turr coming in, not as a pinch hitter because he was in at third last inning, a defensive replacement. But this is his 9th game of the year. This will be at bat number 13. He's 6 of 12 so far, so a .500 batting average. Has 3 hits. One of his hits a home run. Wait, I take that back. That was Stella. 2 RBI.
And still have been pretty similar. Both hitting around 500. Good stuff off the bench this season.
Slaps that one out toward third. Takes a nice hop, throw across. Got him by a couple steps. We'll see, and it does look like the pinch hitters continue for Tampa. Matthew Vogel coming to the plate. He is a junior from Orlando. Comes in with a .286 batting average. That's 2 hits, 7 at-bats. One of the 2 hits was a double. Also has 3 RBI on the season. And he fouls it back. Looks like Villegas will get his at-bat, though, in right field. He's on deck with 1 out. And he thought about swinging, but Vogel backs off. Strike called anyway. And he's down 1 ball, 2 strikes. And he will walk back to the bench. Strike 3 call. So he caught looking for the second out of the inning, and Villegas to the plate.
Good try for Vogel, just close on the corner there.
Ball hops into the dirt. Ball 1. Down the line, and it's going to be into the Eckerd bullpen. Ball went bounding onto the field. And the pitch. High outside. 2-1.
Dude, I get some that are god off. Like, there's like 3 just like blurry people from the other.
And catches the outside corner, 2-2.
Yeah. No, I was doing a lacrosse yesterday. I don't know who it was, but
2-2 pitch.
there was like 3
Ooh,
blurry
look good.
people from the other
We'll go full, though.
Interesting how sometimes someone looks like a ball will be a strike, and this
Yeah.
time vice versa. I thought he perfectly painted that back corner.
Yep.
Oh, you know, where they just keep the numbers up. Alright.
Fouls it off. Garavito on deck, seeing if he'll get a plate appearance.
Dylan, I'm going to delete every one of your pictures. I just said that, buddy. I didn't hear it.
3-2 pitch. Low inside, ball 4, so a free pass for Villegas. That's his first walk. First unofficial at bat of the day. He's also got a single and a double. And Garavito now to the plate.
Usually you don't see Garavito replaced in games like this.
No, he may not start the next game, though.
Exactly. Usually it's Irigoyen getting the game 3 starts. He's kind of the 1A for the catcher situation for the Spartans. So usually when they're up by a lot, they just keep the catcher in to get the extra at-bats because they usually make the change a little bit later.
Ball outside. Ooh, they have used somebody as a catcher to come in relief of both of those guys.
Matthew Fogel yesterday.
Yeah. But he's already been in.
Yes. And unless they bring a pitcher to the plate, he wouldn't stay in. And they clearly aren't going to bring one here, at least, for Garavito.
So 1 ball and 1 strike. Villegas leading off first, foul ball. Allen Balmer's pitch in the dirt gets away. Not far enough for the runner to go.
If it was a closer game, I think Vegas
Yeah.
might have tried it because it did go behind Escobar.
Yeah,
but
and he lost it for a second or two.
with this comfortable lead, no reason to risk
No.
it.
Ground ball to third, takes a hop, bobbles it again. It still had the gun to throw him out, and we'll head to the top of the ninth. Spartans get nothing across here in the eighth. We lead 16-4, and we'll be right back on TampaSpartans.tv. Top of the ninth we go. Pitching change. Michael Alfonso in to pitch for the Spartans. He is from Key West, Florida. Taylor, you've got some numbers on him?
Certainly do. He's been stellar for the Spartans. 1.64 ERA, 2-1 record, team leader with 6 saves. The former Rangers draftee getting an outing here since there's no guarantee he would in the next game. Given that he's a high leverage guy, he gets a low leverage appearance here. Notably, he and Stefuk are fighting for the ERA crown for the Spartans. 164 for Alfonso, 180 for Stefuk. And they both aren't necessarily 0.0 ERA guys that have had like 2 innings. They're both very consistent players for Tampa from the bullpen, and they've been among the best Sunshine State Conference relievers. Be interesting to see where they finish. Stefuk could get the double, batting crown and ERA crown.
I was going to say, he's got it, yeah.
Because he does have that base hit. Obviously not qualified batting crown.
Oh, come on now, you're nitpicking.
Of course. But still, the righty and lefty, very, very good players out of the bullpen, and just looking to get 3 quick outs, and Alfonso usually does.
Now, you said qualified at bat. I thought you meant quality at bat.
Yeah, no, there was one quality at bat, but yeah, qualified.
Okay.
Usually it's about 3.1 times the amount of games played for a team, so
Okay. All right.
roughly if you have like a 50-game season,
So triple it, basically. Close
basically
to that.
about 140 to 150 home run, or 150 at-bats.
Okay. First pitch to the leadoff hitter, Garrido, is a swing and a miss. Spartans looking to wrap this one up. It is 4 o'clock, so this is when the second game was expected to start. That's not going to be till, like you said earlier, it may be 5 o'clock because we've got to do this whole senior day thing, and that list is endless.
Yeah, there is a ton of Spartan seniors. But definitely stick around on the broadcast to see
Ground ball, Turner goes to the turf. One hops it across, and it bounces away. That is not Russo. That is Fogel playing first base. I think that is going to go down as a hit anyway.
Good job, Garavito, getting behind. He prevented the runner from getting to second because he was able to track back.
And it looks like we have a pinch hitter coming in. Marino
Yeah,
in for Escobar.
Yeah, Luca Marino, 286 average this season. Same on base and slugging.
Swing and a miss. Alfonso waits to throw to Marino. Off speed, brought it down, swing and a miss, strike 2.
That splitter and slider are extremely good off-speed offerings from Alfonso. They get a ton of whiffs. And he also has a 90s fastball, I think low 90s, but still very effective.
One hopper in the dirt, good block by Garavito. Spartans with 16 runs, 12 hits. Eckerd, 4 runs, 11 hits. So again, like you said yesterday, they got runners on base, just couldn't get them in. They are 11 of 35 for today, 314 batting average, but 2 walks. Spartans have a 375 batting average, 12 for 32, 12 walks today. So we're up to 28 walks for the weekend and 43 runs for the weekend.
The only other most prolific weekend for walks was, I think, at Daikin Park last year in Houston.
Ooh, that is hit fairly deep. Going back toward the wall and gives up the chase of a home run. Off the bench, Luca Marino, and it's a 16-6 game. Gets the Eckerd faithful cheering.
They'll try to save that baseball, or they should. That's Marino's first career home run with
Really?
the Tritons.
See if they ask for it. Brings Stark to the plate. His 5th appearance today. And that one's tapped. It should be fair. Do they let it go foul? They do. So just a strike. Nobody out. Top of the 9th. 2 runs in. That's the first home run we've seen all weekend. Spartans with 43 runs this weekend. No home. There's another one that hits fairly deep. Going back toward the wall. Villegas at the wall, and he makes the catch. Just a long out.
It looked like he was going to have to try to leap the wall, but no, he just does a little leap and catches it in front of him.
So 1 out now. Actually, we have Cole Russo has gone to second base. Fogel is at first base. So Woodburn and Saladino both out. They're the two men up the middle. Ball outside.
Good to see Russo kind of being flexible, playing second base.
I wonder how that came about.
Probably out of necessity, I'd imagine. Just need to put somewhere on defense.
Yeah. Swing and a miss. 1-2. A little bit low. 2-2. And the pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Down to the final out. So, Taylor, we're getting to that point in the season. These are great games because you can get players in to get some playing time before they start the playoffs, the tournament. But the other concern I might have is if you have all these blowouts, it takes the intensity of late games that you might end up seeing in the tournament. I mean, you can't help but blow out a team if you're that good and they're going to let you. Quality of competition is probably going to increase, so might be nice that the Spartans are on the road for a few games before the season is over.
For sure, just kind of getting away from home and kind of resetting the mindset almost a little bit, because it could be, definitely you can get too comfortable leading to a tournament. And of course you're going to feel comfortable on a weekend where you're able to put up 40 runs in the span of 18 innings or 16 innings at the plate.
Yeah. I'm just trying to find something that's could be a negative.
Yeah, but it is a big thing about Spartans. Tough to find downsides to this team.
Popped up, Fogel near the coaching box makes the catch. And we're down to that is a third out. I was looking at the scoreboard and they didn't have any outs up, and I'm like, I think that's it. That is it. The Spartans win it. Final score is 16-6. Tampa 16 runs, 13 hits, no errors. And Eckerd 6 runs, 11 hits, 1 error. And Skylar Gonzalez picking up the win will go to 7-1 on the season. And we will have senior day activities coming up shortly. And then we'll have another game coming up in about 45 minutes. So the Spartans now 37-6 on the year. Let me get the standings here. They are 21-2 overall in conference play. And Eckerd falls to 5-18 in conference play, 10-32 overall. So the Spartans win. They've taken 2 of the first 2 games of the series. One more game coming up. If they were to win it, then they would solidify at least a co-championship in the Sunshine State Conference. We'll be back for a Game 2 and Senior Day activities after this. We'll step right back out and be right back right here on Tampa Spartans